Okay, thank you everybody for being here today for Raleigh City Council meeting. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And let's see, I think it's Councilmember Harrison, you led last time, right? Councilmember Melton, if you could lead us.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, today we start with the consent agenda, and we have had a number of items pulled. One is D2, pulled by Councilmember Harrison, Melton, Jones, and Patton. G3, Councilmember Jones, G4, G5, 1, I2, pulled by Councilmember Jones. So could I have a motion on the remainder?
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We'll start with D2. I think there's a lot of questions about this. Who will be addressing this from staff?
Hello, Allison Pont, Planning and Development. I understand there's discussion.
Well, could you tell us, could you
Yes.
explain what the outcome was? Because it looks like this is being used for parking.
So this sale was approved, and there were 5 rounds of upset bids. And at the March meeting, the sale was approved. It's part of the clerk's report. Regensburger Properties LLC was the winning bidder, and they've created a new entity to hold this property.
Councilmember Melton?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe just to provide a little more clarity. I think the concern, at least for me, is I have 2 questions,
Okay.
2 concerns. This is a surface parking lot right off of Edenton Street on the future bus rapid transit route. And I think the idea at the time was move this into sale so that we can get money for affordable housing and an active use on this space since it's right by upcoming bus rapid transit. We had decided at the time to go through the upset bid process. Then we had some groups come to us with other ideas for the property, but because we had already authorized upset bid, I think sort of the imperfect consensus was we'll continue with that process. And now it looks like the group that bought it wants to transfer it to an LLC called Morrison Parking. And so we're obviously still going to get the money for affordable housing, but the second goal of moving the surface parking lot into active use, to me, it does not seem like that is happening anymore. And so I think for me, I'm one of the council members that pulled it. What options do we have? If we don't approve this, what happens to the property? Do we have an opportunity to try to set it back out, maybe through an RFP process or something? But like, I'm just uncomfortable with it remaining surface parking. That's the questions I have.
Okay, so
Yeah,
this
sure.
was also pulled by Councilmember Harrison, Jones, and Patton. If you'd like to add.
Yeah, just to add to this, that I think there were some opportunities, for example, using this space for historic preservation, which I think is an important goal. And I'm just not sure where on the March 21st agenda that this was approved, and bad on me if I did not understand that this was somehow up for discussion. I'm looking through the agenda for March 21st, and I just don't see it clearly, and so I don't know where I missed it there.
Yeah, I'll answer that question first, if I might. Pat Young with Planning and Development. That item was included in the clerk's report, which is the last item of the meeting. That's required by law that it go through that mechanism, and it was approved unanimously without comment. So I'd have to defer to the attorneys, getting back to Councilmember Melton's question, office about what happens. You all have authorized the sale. Again, as Allison said, this is the intent of the applicant here is just to create a new legal entity, which is very common in commercial transactions. to manage the property. They haven't made any representation either previously or now about the intended reuse of the site. And I don't think through the upset bid process we have any ability or authority to dictate the end use. And again, I'm not sure if Dottie's ready to speak on that, but what would happen if we don't honor the approved upset bid process?
From looking at the March minutes, it appears that we have approved the conveyance to Morrison, and that was done in the meeting. However, we are not required to convey to that LLC. And so if the council wished, it could decline to convey to that LLC. There is a contract that appears to be part of the materials that have been signed as part of this transaction, and that contract says that assignments must be made only with the written consent of others, meaning with council's consent. So you could honor the decision that was made back in March and move forward with that bidder, and decline to approve the assignment if you chose to do so. But I believe that the decision was made according to your minutes back in March.
Councilmember Patton, you had a question or comment?
Mine's procedural. I think it's clear from my colleagues' comments as well that the final action to approve the sale was not totally clear to us, and I'm wondering if procedurally there's a way we can ensure that all property dispositions have a higher degree of visibility. Is there something we're allowed to do there?
Going forward in the future, yes, that would be something that would be lawful and an administrative task.
I would be in support of that.
So let me ask, I think what got us all kind of looking at this was the fact that the LLC is parking. And so it would be very unwise use of land next to a BRT site to have for parking. When I think Councilor Melton said this, we're looking at active use. Is there, I guess, a way legally to find out what the plans are for this property, and we hold it until we know that? Because I think we're surmising it's going to be parking, but we don't have any facts in front of us. And I'm just wondering what the legal implications are.
You could certainly hold the request to address the assignment until a later meeting, and there could be conversations, voluntary conversations with the bidder.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just so I'm clear, technically, this property has already been sold. And what this is saying from the entity in which we sold the property to, they want to reassign it to to a LLC they created.
And my understanding of the transaction is the new entity wants to close on the purchase. So it's an assignment that can be done with the council's consent only. But
Okay.
the resolution has been adopted authorizing the sale.
So we authorized the sale. So if this were to be denied, then the applicant could say, well, I'm not going to close on the deal.
There might be other legal ramifications. The applicant might insist on a closure of the deal, and we'd have to address the scope of those rights with the applicant or the person who was the final person approved during the authorization of the sale. So in other words, their lawyers will be calling our lawyers.
Councilmember, if I heard the attorney correctly, and I'll let her clarify, if they can close, if they want to and can close it under their current LLC, the entity in which they put in the bid documents, they can do that.
That's correct.
Okay.
Councilmember
It's
Jones?
unclear whether they have the financial ability or interest in doing so, but they can.
I just want to just share my feelings on it. I think this is the first day that we got onto council. It was our first meeting that this first came up. And I want to uplift that Councilor Patton had asked about it and why we didn't do an RFP. And we didn't know at the time what was going on. And we were kind of like, oh, we'll just let the process play out, let the process play out. And in my own a naivety, I guess. And as we go, I clearly missed that. And I feel horrible because there was really great uses that people that wanted to use this for the good of the city. And I really feel like we have a missed opportunity here. I understand now that this is something that we voted on, and I apologize for not doing my due diligence at that time. I have learned, and I will be much, much more careful, especially regarding RFPs moving forward. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask again, can we hold this and get more information before
yes,
we
ma'am.
do anything?
Yes, you can.
I think that would be the wise thing to do, because I think, like I said, we're reacting to the word parking. That might not be the intention, but I do want to understand what the intention is before voting up or down, because none of us know what the intention is. So is there consensus to hold?
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine to hold it. I mean, it doesn't make me feel great that they want to name it Morrison Parking, and that's where they want to transfer it to. So let's hold it, and then we can decide later whether to approve this assignment.
Councilmember Patton?
Yeah, can I just ask one more question before we decide or vote on holding? The lot is in the historic Oakwood district. What, if any, uses are precluded, or what kind of things are they beholden to related to the historic district?
Yeah, good afternoon again. Pat Young with Planning and Development. I'll let Bynum speak to some of the specific uses. It's the OX district, but any use that goes on this site would have to go through the historic preservation process and get a certificate of appropriateness, which is, as I think you're aware, a quasi-judicial process that looks at consistency of design with the existing development in the area. So that would apply to any development that occurs there. I do think things like self-storage are prohibited in OX. Are there anything else you want to add?
Sure. So OX allows a wide range of office use, obvious in its name. But then I think the significant piece is that there is limit on more retail type commercial use, so limited to 4,000 square feet or 15%. But generally, personal service, those kinds of like medical office, conventional office would be allowed.
So even if it remains a parking lot, anything they change about the parking lot would have to go through a certificate of appropriateness, like any kiosks and
Yeah, likely
stuff?
that would come through as a minor work, which would be staff reviewed rather than reviewed by the quasi-judicial process of the
Okay,
Raleigh Historic Development Commission.
got it. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed.
Councilmember Fort?
Madam City Attorney, we may have to have some kind of conversation in the appropriate form about the ramifications from a legal perspective if we were to uphold the sale as well. So that may be something to consider going forward so that we'd have a good explanation from a legal perspective about what our options were.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, and then if someone from staff could just point me to find where it is exactly that we approve this in the city clerk minutes. It doesn't have to be right now, but if I could just get that later, because I'm looking through the minutes and I can't find it, but I'm sure it's in there somewhere.
So the process, and Allison can probably confirm this for me, but due to some timelines with real estate, it's often that the report on surplus property and different real estate items will come forward for announcement during the clerk's report after the agenda is published. So a lot of times it's a tack-on item. That's how it's been in the past. And that meeting, was that an afternoon or evening meeting?
Afternoon.
So afternoon meeting would have been at the very end of the meeting under the clerk's report. Before or after the approval of the minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional comments? Do we need a motion to hold?
Yes, ma'am.
Move to hold at the table.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I would just like to add to staff, providing them with some guidance on coming back, bringing this back to us, but with more details on what the plans are for the property, if it's going to be used for parking, et cetera, so we can make a more informed decision.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, just to be clear, unless there's an alternative process from the upset bid process, anything we report would be non-binding because upset bid can't limit the uses. But we can certainly get the applicant to, or the bidder to try to attend and make representations and report all that back to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next, Councilmember Jones has pulled G3, G4, G5, and I2. Councilmember Jones, would you like to take it from here?
Sure. Thank you so much. The 3 items related to contracts and consultant services that I've pulled deal with my questions about process. What does not to exceed a specific dollar amount mean if the contract is continually amended for more money? Does it happen where a low bidder is selected for a project and then amends the contract for more money? And what are the safeguards that a chosen vendor doesn't become a high bidder after all of their amendments?
Hi, Wayne Miles, Stormwater Program Manager with Engineering Services. The first 2, G3 and G4, are stormwater items, so I can specifically talk to those, but I think the process would be similar for the others as well. These 2 items are staff requesting additional contract capacity so that we can assign additional work to these engineering firms. This is all professional services, so it cannot be bid by law. It's a negotiated scope and a negotiated fee that would go along with those scopes. In many cases, these are a second or a third phase of work associated with a project. So an engineering firm may start with a study phase. That goes well. We want to continue with the design phase. We would then negotiate the next contract with that engineer. We have 16 on-calls in stormwater, so we do use multiple engineers depending on the type of work it is and their qualifications associated with that. So these are both items that are staff-requested capacity increases so we can give new assignments to these firms.
I appreciate the clarification. I just know when I'm looking at it as a resident, I put on my resident eyes, I'm like, there's 9 amendments here, and it says not to exceed 900,000, and then everything is above that. So I just wanted the clarification, not at all to say that you shouldn't do it or whatnot. I just want to make sure that we're being good stewards and explaining why this same vendor is getting, more and more. But if it's because we're adding, then I completely understand. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Maybe when these come to us, that can be explained in the agenda. I think that would be helpful. If you have your questions answered, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I would move to approve items G, 3, 4, and 5.
What about I2?
I thought we were
Is
just
that-
doing G. I'm sorry. Because I thought it was separate.
Is that different?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Different question. Okay. We have a second. Okay. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. All right. And then fire apparatus replacement.
Right. So for this one, in the notes, it is mentioned that after allotting the possible funding for fire apparatus in the next year's budget, the vendor came back needing more money in the amount of $350,000. And I just was wondering if you could help me understand that process and how we are already amending a contract that has not been approved yet. When we sign the contract, do we account for increased costs since we understand that above all prices are going up all around? But again, we haven't even approved the next year's budget yet, and we're already adding to that.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. Nick Sadler, Budget and Management Services. This is a bit unusual. We did something very similar last year. So we go out and look to see what those fire apparatus costs are in November of last year as we begin our budget process. And as we move through the budget process, we build these replacements into the budget, which you'll see here in the next hour or so with the FY24 proposed budget. What we've found is that now those 4 pumper trucks are about $354,000 more. So pending any decisions that you all make on a budget, what we would like to do is get ahead of that, be physically responsible, and go ahead and lock in those rates for those 4 pumper trucks at the lower price. So essentially, if we wait until FY24 budget is approved, July 1 gets here, our vendors are telling us that those prices will go up for those fire trucks. So what we're trying to do is get ahead of that, go ahead and encumber that difference in FY23 pending y'all's approval of the FY24 budget, which includes those 4 trucks, and then purchase those then with the money that we've approved hopefully in FY23 and the 24 budget.
Awesome. So if you're saying that in November you're bidding or looking out for these costs, that's not when you lock in a price.
We do not lock in the price in November. We typically lock in that price in Adam and Fire would probably be better, but I think we typically lock in that price a little bit closer to when we would actually purchase that. We're just making estimates at that point. And to your point, the supply chain has been a little crazy over the last couple of years, and we're seeing fluctuations all across the vehicle fleet services for parts, fuel, et cetera.
I appreciate it. And just as on a broader scale, how are we accounting for things when we maybe look at and estimates? How are we accounting for the fact that we know, no matter what, whether it's in fire or whatever other department, that the costs are going to go up by the time we need to?
So we do build in some escalating cost into the budget that you'll see here again in the next hour for vehicles. We've done that for the last couple of years that we've had these escalating costs. And then, these larger items like this that we're not able to absorb, we're trying to find it in other places. And in this case, looking to appropriate money from FY23 special appropriations that we can then move over to FY24.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank
I really
you.
appreciate the clarification.
Yep.
I move to approve I-2.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Thank you. Good questions. Thank you. All right, next we have public comment. Everybody has 3 minutes, and I will start with Octavia Rainey.
Good evening. My name is Octavia Rainey. I'm here to cover in 3 minutes 3 topics. Number 1, I want to talk about the Downtown Raleigh Alliance. I want to make sure that everybody know that the Downtown Raleigh Alliance was created after they wiped out the black business. I want to say this again. The Downtown Raleigh Alliance was created after they wiped out the black businesses from downtown. And they used relocation dollars. They used the CDBG funds and they used the city funding. So when you're using relocation dollars, there is a difference when you use the city funding and when you use CDBG funding. Those businesses have never, ever came back. So the city need to go back in the past, look at what they've done, look at how the Downtown Raleigh Alliance was created. When the Downtown Raleigh Alliance was created, a woman headed that up first. They've only had 3 directors in their day. Then it was David Diaz. Then it was the gentleman now. So when you look at the Downtown Raleigh Alliance, I have a lot of concerns, and then I have a lot of concerns when you talk about the TOD coming down Newbern Avenue and that looking like downtown. When you look at it, they replaced all of the black business. They got rid of them. And to Corey Branch, to my understanding, now I can't prove you said this about me. I cannot prove it. But I have been told plenty of times that Octavia talks too much about the past. But let me tell you this, it is your past that gets you to your present. It is your past that gets you to your future. And the city has made a lot of mistakes with black people. I mean, a lot of mistakes, and especially black businesses. Black businesses don't stand a chance in the city of Raleigh because you moved them out in the beginning. You created the Downtown East strictly to move them out. Second, I am meeting with all the television stations, and I want to set the record straight. When you talk about affordable housing from now on and to this council, you need to talk about the AMI. Y'all said this is affordable housing, but when you pull back the nasty sheets, it's not. It is not. It's 60%. It is not. So I'm meeting with the television station, and I'm going for that conversation, and I want to have a conversation about what is affordable housing, because we don't know, because we don't ever talk about the AMI, area medium income, and it is so important. This is a tale of 2 cities, the haves and the have-nots, and we aren't doing anything for the haves. I mean, it's terrible. The have-nots are left behind.
Thank you. Next, we have Andrea Fennell. Okay, Keisha Monk. This is Keisha Monk.
She's not here. She's in DC.
Okay.
She's not here.
Next is Eugene. And Eugene, the public hearing is still open on Shaw University.
That's fine.
So that topic is off limits.
Eugene Myrick, Southeast Raleigh resident. Hold on. I have a That's Keisha's. That's me. Okay. So this was my city council homework from last meeting. Let me see. Okay, duties of the city council. Obligation of the city council persons include representing and advocating for the needs and concerns of their constituents.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
So this one's interesting because we talked and there was never any conversation one way or the other. So I'm trying to understand all of this now. But out of respect of being the district council person, I will support this. Out of respect of you being the district council person for that case.
Can I say something too?
But I would appreciate too, conversation, meaningful conversation.
Heads up.
I've tried to have that with all of you on all of our cases, especially the next case. But I guess things are different now.
So,
We've
although
had,
Dr.
and I've
Harrison
been keeping
had
track of them,
her-
almost 600 emails.
Can I pause that? Okay, although Dr. Harrison had her votes that she needed, Councilman Branch wanted you to know that he was going to support you because it's your district. And keep that in mind for the next one, which happened to be Shaw University. So I'm hoping he's trying to convince you to vote against that. But part two of my homework was that rezoning case where I heard this.
We've had, and I've been keeping track of them, almost 600 emails regarding Shaw over the last month and a half. And I want to make sure that it's echoed here that from all of these different groups, that the message that I have heard is that they don't feel part of the conversation.
So with that being said, there's a serious email letter writing campaign, and I'm hoping that it is once y'all get bombarded, because everybody and their mama been asked to write letters, including me, even though I'm up here in opposition. But with that being said, let's move on. I want to thank you to those city council members who were bold enough to vote down. It's not in my district, but y'all did vote down. Let me pull it up. Z5422. You did vote down that 30-story monstrosity, and it is not taken for granted that people feel like their sunlight is being taken away, their freedom is being taken away, their land is being taken away, and erasure is happening in this city. So I want to thank you to the city council members who were bold enough to vote down Z5422, and I thank you for your time today.
Next, we have Kieran Shanahan. I think it might be a while since you've been here, Kieran. You are usually on the opposite side of the table.
Move the podium on it, too. Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. My name is Kieran Shanahan, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak from this side of the table very much. My purpose today is to encourage you in the most emphatic way that I can to make funding of public safety and law enforcement in particular the top priority of this board. If we don't make keeping Raleigh and its people safe our #1 priority, our beloved Raleigh will be diminished greatly, and the decay and lawlessness that will follow will do irreparable harm to the Raleigh you inherited and that you are now the stewards of. If we don't keep Raleigh safe, we'll lose our coveted status as one of the best places to work, live, and play in the nation. And in time, our people will migrate out of Raleigh, like they're doing now in other places, looking for a place to call home and where they'll feel safe. Now, I'm sure each one of you, like me when I went on council, had plans and things that we wanted to do that are positive make a positive contribution, and I admire and applaud your service. And no doubt that you will accomplish great things. But know this, no matter your plans, your dreams, or your ideas, they most certainly will not succeed if Raleigh is not a safe place. That's the price of admission. If people are afraid, they won't invest in Raleigh. Companies won't come. If 911 calls are not immediately responded to, and if our police are not trained, equipped, and empowered to protect the citizens, it will not go well, and you will not achieve the dreams and the large things that we want to do and that have been done for Raleigh in the past. Unlike the federal government, unfortunately, you guys can't print money. Would be nice, but it requires you and all of us to prioritize, just like we would our household spending. And the number one thing, if Raleigh is your family, your job is to keep us safe. I think the priority of public safety is pellucidly obvious, and indeed it's embedded in the preamble to the United States Constitution, which declares that it's for the government to ensure domestic tranquility. Our word today for that is public safety. Prioritizing domestic tranquility begins with strong, targeted investment in having the best trained, equipped, and yes, well-paid personnel possible. 25 years ago, my council took bold steps and made investments to ensure public safety that continue today. We were the ones that instituted the police take-home car policy over a lot of objection from staff because it was quite expensive. But it's made a big difference and it endures today. Likewise, we were the ones that instituted community policing, so we now have precincts all across the state. I put a footnote in there that we were actually the first to hire a female police officer, also like our current police chief from Charlotte, Jane Perloff. But we also invested, and we understand public safety in working with...
Karen, you know what that means. Your time is up.
I do. Well, I thank you for your time and attention, and I hope you'll make public safety priority number one. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Next, we have Nicole Williams. Is Nicole here? Next, we have Richard Todd Wilson.
I wish y'all could give me an extra 3 minutes, but I'll try. Hi, my name is Ricky Wilson, born in Raleigh. Raleigh born and Raleigh bred, and one of these days I'll be Raleigh dead. I just got back from a 6-month vacation, Carolina Beach. The closer I drove back to Raleigh, the more I dreaded it. Good God. First week, I called the mayor's office to ask where you planning to put your tent cities. She sounded dumbfounded. It wasn't you, Miss Baldwin, it was one of your assistants. She sounded dumbfounded. Where are you going to put your tent cities? What? You know, where are the drug addicts and the alcoholics and the mentally ill? Where are they going to live? You're being overpriced, honey. I saw WRL glorifying you the other day, about a week ago, 150 units, affordable housing. There's 150 people, hard-working, tax-paying citizens in the city of Raleigh that are being evicted every day by lunchtime. Unbelievable. Tell me why the fastest growing city on planet Earth can't keep a capital area transit bus running on schedule. They're either too early, too late, or don't show up at all. Don't bother calling them, they won't answer. My girl lost her job at Food Line over the bus. And don't blame it on COVID-19. Are there any traffic engineers in the room? If dare, raise your hand. Show me a traffic engineer and I'll show you an educated fool. The Beltline is a parking lot during rush hour. Then it turns into Daytona 500 Speedway. The RPD, it's not that they don't give a damn, they're handcuffed. You got them handcuffed. It's not that they don't give a damn. My neighbor's a Raleigh police officer. I don't know how he affords it. Every one of them has pleaded for me to call my city council person every chance I get. The largest hospital, one of the largest in North Carolina, Wake Med on Newbern Avenue, has a motel named Wake Inn, less than 50 yards just east of it, overrun with prostitutes, illegal drugs, and packs of thugs packing guns. I said, I wouldn't let a mangy dog stay here. They like stole a suitcase out the back of the truck that I was going through. Got the hell out of there. Drive a quarter mile east of Wake Med, right where you couldn't believe it could get any worse, it does. Tower Shopping Center and Plaza, the low-budget motels and hotels across the street is a war zone. At least a half a dozen people, and I've nearly run over a dozen people homeless in the past street, packs of them running wild the streets, shoplifting, running crazy. The police don't care. I don't blame them. Lady friend of mine unfortunately found herself homeless not long ago. Guess what? There's not a safe place in the city of Raleigh or anywhere else as far as that goes for the state. I guess I'll move her in with me. Oak City Cares, down there where they're sleeping in the streets, Oak City Cares for homeless is a joke. Very arrogant, very understaffed.
Thank you, Richie.
She don't
Your
need to
time
be in
is
that
up.
environment. And it's not going to be the usual
thank you.
suspects.
Your
It's gonna
time
be
is
Mr.
up.
Down, Mrs. Down, and the whole damn family living.
Next, we have Delmonte Crawford. Is Delmonte here?
Good afternoon, Council. As we just saw, we had a very frustrated resident, and I understand why he's frustrated. If he's born in Raleigh, bred in Raleigh, and he's going to die in Raleigh, we want to make sure that we have some affordable housing for him. And Madam Mayor, I honestly hope that you listen to his concerns, because oftentimes our PD officers are cuffed behind their back. But with that being said, good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon to you, Madam Mayor Baldwin. A few weeks ago, I addressed this council regarding affordable housing, and I'm pleased to see Councilwoman Jones and the City of Raleigh put forth the effort to curb the market rate crisis regarding apartment tenants and newer residents of Raleigh. I was thrilled to see that the City of Raleigh broke ground on the summit at Sawyer, a United Property Management build. And that is what I like to call affordable housing, and I'm very pleased with that. I also addressed you, Madam Mayor Baldwin, on your lack of advocacy regarding Senate Bill 225 and the recommendations of your own Raleigh Human Relations Commission, Madam Mayor. There was an article that was written by the News and Observer, Anna Johnson, regarding reparative injustices. The question was, do you think the city should apologize for its past treatment of Black Americans and for the city's past and current racist acts? You stated in a text message, Madam Mayor, apologies mean nothing without action. Well, Madam Mayor, your commission has provided you with action, and you have yet to apologize. Therefore, in last meeting, I asked this council to have you removed from the conversations on reparative injustices and allow the People's Council to do the legwork on repairing the stronghold of oppression within the Black community of Raleigh. Council, my request is simple. Approve the accommodations by the Raleigh Human Relations Commission and start a reparations task force before Juneteenth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kim Holmes.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Am I able to control it over here? Yes. Oh, look at that. Okay, cool. Good afternoon. I'm Kim. I'm here to talk about a construction yard that is behind my home on 3137 Stanhope Avenue. What is it? It is a construction yard that is owned by Duke Energy and being used by Carolina Conduit. It's used for parking, storage, equipment assembly, equipment loading, dumping, crew meetings, all that. This is a photo of my backyard pre-2018. Granted, the one on the right is taken in the wintertime, but as you can see, there is a construction yard behind my house, and it's been there for 5 years. The first thing they did was cut down all the foliage directly behind my house so they could park their trucks there.
Here is an aerial map of me and my neighbors. My neighbors fully support my being here today. They are also severely impacted by the construction yard. So what's going on back there? Reverse signals, the beeping. We all know it and love it. It starts at 6:30 a.m. on Stanhope Avenue. You can hear it all the way down to Rosemary. Dump truck tailgate slamming. This is deafening. And it was happening at 2:30 a.m., 4:30 a.m., lots of calls to the police over the past 5 years. Hammering, drilling, loading metal equipment into truck beds, tractors scraping dirt and gravel, music, yelling, crew meetings. And what is this called? What does this cause? I know I don't have to spell this out, but obviously it's unsightly. I cannot enjoy my backyard because of noise and privacy issues, loss of sleep. My bedroom and my office are in the back of the house facing the construction yard, so there have been many nights slept on the couch instead of my own bed. Difficulty working in my office, which was tough when the pandemic hit because that's where I worked, and tried to homeschool my child. I'm from the South, Raleigh born and bred also. I like to have my windows open in the spring and fall, can't do it. I am actually all for urban development. I lived in Manhattan. It was not this loud. So biggest pet peeve for me is this house is my retirement. I'm not a developer who went and leveled the land 16 years ago. I restored a 90-year-old house to its original craftsman beauty. And I think I deserve the full value of my house, which is severely in jeopardy.
Thank you. Your
Thanks
time
for
is
your
up.
time.
City Manager, could someone on staff follow up with Ms. Holmes?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Is anyone going to follow up with the gentleman prior? I just wanted to make sure that he had services or was aware of any assistance that we could provide.
Richie Wilson?
I believe so.
Is that who you're talking about?
We can.
Yeah, if there's any ways that we can check in, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, Eric McMillan? Is Eric here? Matthew Brown?
Good afternoon, friends. Thank you for your service, and thank you for letting me speak. The city wants to make the central Raleigh denser to make it more transit-friendly. But there's a right way to do this and a wrong way. The transit overlay district is the wrong way. It is wrong to demolish beautiful historic neighborhoods like Idlewild. The right way is to redevelop the many acres of surface parking lot all over downtown Raleigh. Why would we want to demolish this but preserve this? Why would we want to demolish this beautiful historic Hungry Neck but preserve this? We have planning staff dedicated to trying to demolish this beautiful Idlewild. Why don't they work on redeveloping this hideous parking lot? We shouldn't be demolishing this. We should be redeveloping this. These surface parking lots in these photos are all in downtown Raleigh. Acres and acres of them. It's the worst waste of land imaginable. They're terrible for the environment. They support no nature, no residences, no businesses. They stress our storm sewers and creeks because they rush all the rain directly into them, causing flooding. And they're at least half empty since so many people are working from home. They're useless. Some of them are owned by the city. Some are owned by private entities. Some are owned by the state. But that should be no obstacle. The state sells property all the time. These are underutilized. All you need to do is talk to the right people. You got the city council elections moved to a different year. It should be easy to get the state to sell a parking lot. The developers would be happy to help. This would be a win for the developers, a win for the city, a win for the state, a win for the environment, and a win for transit. By contrast, demolishing our historic neighborhoods is a lose, lose, lose. It's a lose for the environment because you're cutting down trees and sending perfectly good houses to the landfill. It's a lose for the citizens who won't have these beautiful historic landmarks. And it's a lose, especially for the hundreds of people who will be pushed out of their homes. Please, City Council, direct our planning department to stop dedicating staff to demolishing our historic neighborhoods. Instead, get them working on redeveloping all these surface parking lots.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Chris Dorr. Is Chris Dorr here, please?
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Dorr. I live in Wakefield in District B. I came to the council meeting in March to support the Wakefield Small Area Study proposal. At that time, I explained to you that the most important aspect of this plan would be to create a safe pathway for cyclists and pedestrians to cross the river, the Neuse River, from Wakefield to the Falls Dam and the Neuse Greenway. In addition, I want to remind the council that there is Forest Ridge Park with an unfinished Phase 2 that would likewise connect Wakefield to the river. What inspired my trip downtown today is when I read that Dix Park, which was given the lion's share of the 2022 Parks bond, now needs a couple more million, may be moved from other bond projects. The blue Google dot on this map, if you can see it, is my home in the middle of Wakefield. The Dix Park marker is way down on the south part of this map. It is a 40-minute drive in good traffic. Dix Park is not the central park that, to me, that it's been touted. It should wait its turn for funding. Forest Ridge Park was planned 23 years ago. It took 17 years for the much-reduced version to be opened in 2017, but it sits unfinished adjacent to Wakefield. Phase 2 is the lower part of this site map if you snipped it off in half on this very old original map that I have. It's 200 acres larger than Dix Park. It has one fantastic water feature, Falls Lake. Where it's cut off on the bottom, the trails would meet the bridge over the Neuse. In the only District B project in the 2022 park bond, the Neuse River, so-called Neuse River Park, shaded in brown, the planners labeled this bright green Forest Ridge area as quote-unquote developed park, which I explained it is not. Forgotten, unfinished, but not developed. Also a misnomer here, the plan encircles only one neighborhood of the 24 Wakefield neighborhoods that actually fill everything north of the river on this plan. It would be completely highlighted. The Neuse River Park is simply a proposed whitewater kayak project which was never built because it is environmentally unsound. The decades-old foundation behind this project believes that if they change the name, rebrand it, and fluff it up with surrounding property, that it's going to fly. I'm pretty certain that it will not. Forest Ridge passed environmental evaluations in 2011. I beg the council to finish a 2003 park bond project, Forest Ridge Park, and finish paths across the Neuse that would affect thousands of Wakefield residents. Please do not forget North Raleigh.
You.
Thank you.
Can I ask the city manager to have our park staff follow up with us in the manager's report on this? Thank you. Brenda Williamson? Is Brenda Williamson here? Okay. Valerie Smith?
I would like to thank you so much for this opportunity to come and speak. I want to speak on behalf of the homeless affordable housing. And as we began to pledge our allegiance to the flag, I noticed that we were saying justice for all. And that's what I'm here today, to say justice for the affordable housing for those that have been put out in different situations. And to let you know that God is a God that sits high and he looks low. And he see how we treat the downtrodden, those that don't have any help, those that have nowhere to stay. And I'm just asking you to take into consideration, while we are building these buildings, while we're building this house, find a building for the homeless. Right now, you are looking at a homeless person that was once homeless. I had nowhere to go, nowhere to stay. And it was you guys, the city of Raleigh, through transitional housing, that helped me regain my confidence. It helped me regain my trust in myself. I was able to feed my children. I was able to go forward, to believe that there was something good about myself and my children. And that was back in 1999. I have grown so much because you don't really know what is inside a homeless person. There are gifts and talents, and all they want is a helping hand to get back up on their feet. And that's what the city of Raleigh did for me through the transition of housing. Helped me get back on my feet because there was so much inside of me that I could give to others. And now that you had given me that opportunity, why don't we put that plan in place? Transition of housing, 30% of the affordable low income. Help them get back. They just need a helping hand. And now I can tell you that I am a singer, songwriter. My pastor even put me in the ministry of evangelism. I write songs. I play for the children's choir. I play for the gospel choir. And it was nobody but God, even using you to help me come back up, to have confidence in myself and to believe in myself. So that's all I'm asking you to do. Help those people that are homeless. You never know what is inside of them. You know, the saying goes, never look down on a person unless you're reaching down to give them a hand. And I thank God for those type of programs that you had for me. Thank you for helping my children. Can I leave a song?
Thank you.
Only believe. Only believe. Because all things are possible if you only just believe. Thank you.
Thank you. That was beautiful story. Thank you for sharing that. Next, we have Wisdom Chance. Is anybody here? Wisdom Chance?
It's another amazing day in paradise. My name is Wisdom, and I'm 7. I'm a boy. My mom asked me to speak because whenever she starts to tell people what she learned about the system's thinking, mental models, and going upstream, I jump in and finish for her. She thought since I can explain it, it should be easy for most people to understand. So I'm going to start by sharing the story she tells from a book called Upstream by Dan Heath. You and a friend are having lunch by the side of a river. Suddenly you hear a shout from the direction of the water. A child's drowning. Without thinking, you both dive in and grab the child and then swim to shore. Before you can recover, you hear another child cry for help. jump back in the river to rescue her as well. And then another struggling child drifts into sight, and another, and another. The two of you can barely keep up. Suddenly, you see a friend wading out of the water, seeming to leave you alone. Where are you going? You demand. Your friend answers, I'm going upstream to tackle the person who's throwing the kids in the water. That talks about system thinking and going upstream, but it doesn't talk about mental models. The mental model finds out why people are doing what they're doing. If we want to learn about the mental model of the person throwing the children in the water, we have to ask them why. What do you think the mental model is? If the person is heading upstream, sees a large clouds of smoke and flames that they couldn't see from their place in the river, the person might stop and realize that the person was going to tackle might not be bad. Their mental model was actually one of being helpful and kind, the very best they could, children themselves. But what if they found the person just being really mean? I wonder what traumas they experience with.
Mama Kai, Wisdom's time is up. If you want to continue, because you're next.
I'm almost done.
Yep, and Mama can let you have her time. And by the way, Upstream is one of my favorite books. We read it for a city council retreat, and I would recommend everybody read it. Lots of wisdom in there.
Yes.
Mama Kai, what do you want to do? What traumas did they experience would make them act this way? When I kept hearing my mom tell this story, I finally said, the person needs to throw him in the water so that he can see how it feels. But my mom wants me to learn we can do better. We should be nice to others even when they are not being nice. She's still learning this too. Thank you.
Good job, baby.
Wisdom, thank you for sharing your wisdom. That was fabulous.
Now you see why it's another amazing day in paradise, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Now, adding to what has already been said, Frederick Douglass had systems thinking in mind when he said, "It is easier to raise strong children than to repair broken man." Former Chief Dec Brown showed me she kept this quote in her office. The mental model behind raising strong children has to be based in their humanity, their intrinsic infinite value. But what about broken men? What happens to them? Well, we can't repair anyone, but because of the brain's ability to change, they can reparent their inner child and raise them to be strong. That's a dream. And as my shirt suggests, I'm a daydreamer. That's what it says. Commissioner Adamson mentioned in the Homelessness Task Force meeting, a dream without funding is a nightmare. So I'd like to be put on today's agenda or the next time to present a 3x3x3 outline to eliminate homelessness, which includes the 3 compassionate steps to eliminating homeless.
The purpose of the funds is to create the Coalition for Compassionate Housing. The Homelessness Task Force is not addressing homelessness directly. It's trying to fix the collaborative applicant, admitting it's a broken system. Mental models will prove you can't fix a broken system. You have to build a new one, starting with a new mental model. The Coalition for Compassionate Housing is that model. Since the City Council has funds that need to be exhausted by the end of next month, I'd like some of those funds to implement my plan. Now, if my business isn't eligible, then there are two organizations built upon Douglas's systems thinking who I think deserve some of the funding instead. The first is Equity Beforth, whose ED, Joy Spencer, was nominated as 10 to watch by the United Way in the late summer of 2020. EBB focuses on the pre- and postnatal care of Black birthing persons and their children. They're building strong children. North Carolina is number 8 on the list of states with the highest infant and maternal mortality rates among Black birthing persons. As the capital city, we should help change that. The second organization is Next Step Development Corp., run by Wanda McArn. It focuses on the reparenting broken men. I would work with both organizations. If it's possible to fund all three, let's do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fort, Mama Kai is on your task force, correct?
That is correct.
I think there needs to be some discussion about, that would be the appropriate place for it.
We can actually bring that to the agenda. So, Mama Kai, when you come to the next meeting, let's talk about that.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Bree Perry.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bria Perry. I've been born and raised in Raleigh and have lived here for nearly all my life. Last year, $124 million of taxpayer dollars was allocated to a department known for its brutality, the Raleigh Police Department, which was an increase of $8 million from the previous year, and it has increased every single year, almost every single year. The community did not ask for this investment, which is by extension an investment in brutality and violence. We demanded meaningful forms of community safety, including a livable wage for city workers, affordable housing, as you have heard other people speak about today, quality public transportation, and a mental health crisis response team with no police. The City of Raleigh is addressing crises through outreach, referrals, networking, and service, also known as the ACORNS unit, is inadequate and does not meet the need for community safety. ACORNS functions as an extension of Raleigh PD. While the community led the charge for a crisis intervention unit, Raleigh responded by not only excluding the community, especially the most marginalized members of our community, from the process, but also implemented a crisis response program that was opposite of the community's proposal for a unit with no police. ACORNS cannot thrive under the direction of Raleigh PD. Raleigh PD has a long history, of which I'm sure you all are familiar, of being incapable of adequately responding to situations involving mental health. As a matter of fact, in 2022, Raleigh PD murdered 2 Raleigh residents who were in crisis, Daniel Tercio and Raul Rodriguez Nunez. Based on Raleigh PD's history, Refund Raleigh believes that asking RPD to lead a crisis intervention unit is like asking a plumber to do the work of a surgeon. Refund Raleigh demands a crisis response and support team modeled after Denver's STAR program, of which I know you guys are all familiar, if for no other reason than we've been talking about it for the last year or longer. We demand a crisis response and support team modeled after that STAR program. For 6 months, STAR responded to over 700 calls that required no arrest or assistance from the police. In STAR's first 6 months, lower-level crimes fell by 34%. There were fewer citations, and people were less likely to reoffend because they got the help that they needed. You've heard other people talk about community safety and what is needed for public safety, and this is a wonderful model. STAR has built on its success from 2020. In 2021, the city adopted the program, and in 2022, expanded it to all parts of the city with 4 active units. We encourage Raleigh to follow Denver's lead and invest in real community safety. Thank you.
And last is Nikki Williams.
Hi,
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is pronounced Niquay Williams, and I thank you for allowing me to be here today. Acorns was doomed from the start. As a unit with 6 cops and only 3 social workers, Acorns was rarely assisted with calls related to suicide or involuntary commitments. Only 12 of the 680 calls the team assisted with over the last year were connected with mental commitments and 0 suicide calls. Though created to respond to mental health-related calls, an investigation of Acorns brought to the surface that Raleigh officers handle over 1,000 suicide-related calls and more than 3,200 calls related to mental commitments. Simply put, Acorns and its clinical social workers are not able to fully thrive and use its expertise. Refund Raleigh demands a crisis response and support team modeled after Durham's HARD program, which is right down the street. We can learn a lot from them. In Durham, within 6 months, their crisis response unit responded to over 2,500 calls. Included in their list of calls responded to was a significant amount of mental health and trespassing calls. According to the data from the city of Durham, of the roughly 400 mental health calls that HARD program responded to, none needed police involvement. Durham achieved more in 6 months than Raleigh did in a year. As an entity independent of Durham's police department, HARD not only responded to over 2,500 calls in 6 months, but they also dispatched clinical social workers, an EMT, and peer mediators. Given how important community is to the independent Acorns unit, we believe a core part of the unit should mirror HARD's use of a peer support specialist. This peer support specialist is someone who is embedded in the community and helps the team build rapport with people they meet. From the HARD and STAR programs, we learned that community is an integral part to make Acorns an independent unit from Raleigh PD. Communities all over the city deserve a crisis response team that prioritizes the needs of our people, and the community must decide how public money should be spent for our safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission. And as Bynum comes up, I'll embarrass her a little. Congratulations on being named Employee of the Year for the Planning Department.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Aw. So many other great colleagues were recognized as Employees of the Year in their departments. I just want to share that glory with them because I was in really, really good company. It was an honor to be in that cohort. Some really fancy people. Yeah.
I think our city manager is going to mention that when she does her report. So, but I couldn't resist. She's standing right here.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
So, report of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission met last week and is going to report a couple items out to you. I wanted to remind you what's already scheduled for public hearing in June. So here we are. This is the last meeting of May. We have a magical unicorn next week of a 5th week. So remember, our next meeting it's a very special time of the year. Our next meeting is not until June 6th, which is 3 weeks out. And there are a handful of items scheduled already for public hearing that day. The fiscal year 24 budget, an annexation, and a handful of rezonings are up for discussion that day. And then the second meeting of June, also some rezonings scheduled for that afternoon public hearing. Couple of some older items and also some fresh content there for you as well. So that's what's ahead. Some content not super heavy yet. So the 2 items coming out this afternoon from Planning Commission, there are 2 text changes, and we are suggesting to you that they would both go to the June 6th meeting for public hearing. The first is TC 1921. This is about protective yards. This is moving a lot of the content from one section of the UDO to another, which opens the door for Appearance Commission and Board of Adjustment review for some of the questions around protective yards. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Again, we're recommending that June 6th public hearing. And then the second one is TC 122 for mobile retail. So this is renaming the food truck use to mobile retail long-term and offering some modifications associated with that use as well. Planning Commission, again, recommends approval, and we are suggesting a public hearing date of June 6th. What questions could I answer for you?
Any questions? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I have one comment. It's
Okay.
not exactly a question, but as I was preparing for this meeting and reading the engagement report and trying to make my way through what is coming in the protective yards thing, a lot of the engagement report says, can you put this in people language? And I felt a moment of recognition with those residents. So just, I'll reach out to you offline and I'll do my own homework, but when you bring it back to us, if we could make sure that it's
Absolutely. Yeah.
Certainly, your
approachable.
explanation was in people language, so thank you.
Yeah. No, this one was great. But
I
just
worked hard to understand that as a person myself, so, yeah. 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 Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, we'll hear both of those cases on June 6th then. Next is special items.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Justin Rometta with Planning and Development. This item is a citizen-initiated proposed text change to the Unified Development Ordinance, or UDO. It was filed on April 4th of this year. It's proposing changes to the Mordecai Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District, or NCOD. Now, the Mordecai NCOD is one of 21 such neighborhood-specific NCODs that are mapped throughout the city. Their general intent is to preserve and enhance the general quality and appearance of older neighborhoods. Here's a map of the subject area. The overlay was established in 1994. Total is about 604 parcels, split into two sub-districts. District 1 is that area on the west side of Wake Forest Road, north of Cedar Street, except for those two small areas on the north side of Cortland Drive that you see at the top of the map. It's about 280 parcels. District 2 is the 324 parcels that are on the east side of Wake Forest Road and south of Cedar Street, plus those two small Cortland Drive areas. Both districts are majority zoned R6. There's some limited R10 and some scattered mixed-use zoning throughout as well. Here are the existing regulations. As you can see, the NCOD regulates lot dimensions, including size and width, with both minimums and maximums for each, as well as front yard setbacks and height. Anything that is not regulated here by the NCOD then just defaults to the base zoning district. I did want to point out that NCODs can be more or less restrictive than the base zoning. In this case, most of these standards are slightly more restrictive, meaning that lots in this NCOD have to be larger and buildings generally shorter than what would otherwise be required in R6 and R10. Here's the District 2 standards. They are identical to District 1 with the exception of the front yard setback that you see highlighted in yellow there, just a different approach with a 15 to 25 foot range there. What the applicant is proposing is fairly straightforward. It's a minimum building separation of 10 feet and then a 5 foot setback elsewhere unless the underlying zoning district is greater. As far as impacts goes, those proposed changes obviously mean that in no instance could two buildings be closer than 10 feet together, whether they were on separate lots or the same lot, such as a cottage court development or in the case of multiple apartment buildings in R10. So the biggest impacts would be to the cottage court option. Building separation currently in that option is 6 feet today with a 3 foot separation from side property lines. So the separation requirement could impact the viability of some certain housing types. If you chose to authorize a text change today, this is what the process would look like. The Planning Commission, typically through its text change committee, would review the draft ordinance in detail, make a recommendation to the full commission, who in turn makes a recommendation to you, and then a public hearing is set and then held. And finally, just a few notes on notice and engagement. Prior to the Planning Commission's review, the draft ordinance will be placed on the text change engagement portal for comment. Those comments are, of course, sent to you and to the Planning Commission. Of course, all Planning Commission and Council meetings and agendas are public. The public hearing is advertised in the newspaper, and then there is an additional mail notice requirement due to this being in an NCOD, where all property owners and tenants within the NCOD would receive mail notice of the date and time of the public hearing. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have from a staff perspective. Also note that the applicant, Mr. Sean Ferris, is here if you have questions or would like to hear from him as well.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, definitely. Thank you for the information. I've actually have been in conversation with Sean and some with the planning staff as well. I've not had a chance to talk to the city attorney's office about some issues that have come about, and I know there's currently some litigation that this may impact on some items that have been approved. So I would like to, if I could, hold this at the council table for 2 weeks to give me some more time to have a conversation with the council, with the city attorney's office, and then bring it back. So that is my motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Councilmember Jones opposed. Okay, thank you. So we'll hold this then for 2 weeks. Next is appropriations from contingency. You may recall at the last meeting, Councilmember Jones had asked for $5,000 contribution to the NC State Consult Your Community Organization, and we asked that this be put on the agenda for a vote. Councilmember Jones, do you want to say anything or make a motion?
I am super excited, and I think I saw that. Are they still here? There you are. I wanted to give you guys, would you like to say anything? I know you guys had an amazing presentation last time. Thank you for sending us the backup materials. I'm super excited that we got here, but if you have nothing to say, then I am ready to make a motion to approve. I make a motion to approve the $5,000 in contingency funds to go to consult your community and help them do the amazing work that they have been doing and will continue to grow.
We had a fight for second, so, okay. Councilmember Black, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. That was unanimous. The next item is sale of surplus property on West Davie Street.
Good afternoon, Ken Bowers, Planning and Development. This item is coming back to you, concluding and following the conclusion of an upset bid process. There was a question about the use of the sale proceeds for the piece of property. So I'm going to briefly summarize in a few slides what was in your backup memo. Property in question is this little narrow strip outlined in blue that apparently the city acquired in the 30s through a tax foreclosure. It was an old rail siding, has not really been maintained. And next to it is a flagpole that's owned by an LLC associated with Turnbridge Properties, who recently rezoned this property in conjunction with Clearscapes for a taller development in the warehouse district. They've, for a number of years, since before the zoning case was filed, we've talked about the future of Commerce Place with Turnbridge and the representatives and designers. They were interested in this piece of property. Eventually, a decision was made that the cleanest way to sell it would be through the upset bid process. That was initiated with an offer. There were no competing bids, and so the initial offer of $450,000 is the winning bid. And so the action before you is to accept the winning bid and to direct the use of the funds. So we're going to put two options in front of you. One is to simply assign all the money to the Housing Neighborhoods Department that could be used for affordable housing. Option two is to reserve some of the money for use in collaborating with Turnbridge on the development project to enhance the streetscape outcome on this kind of unusual industrial alley that's in the warehouse district. So the reason to consider option one, obviously, is it maximizes a return to affordable housing within the city. And as a standard practice, Housing and Neighborhoods was most recently assigned responsibility for the maintenance of the property. The reasons to consider reserving some of the money for a potential partnership is there is kind of a unique opportunity to do something in the warehouse district in conjunction with a willing partner and the developer. the impetus for the sale was so the developer could gain more control over the street frontage and work with the city to do a better streetscape there, which obviously adds value to the warehouse district as well as adding value to their particular property. By so doing, they've increased their frontage, nearly doubled it along the street, which potentially increases their obligation to install streetscape as part of a development project. And by having some funds to contribute to a project, the city would be able to participate in discussions not simply in a regulatory compliance capacity, but in a partnership capacity. So just to give a brief orientation of what the current state of play is on Commerce Street, most of the 39.5 feet of space between the buildings is roadbed. Although it's substandard in width, we're currently using it for 2 lanes of on-street parking. There is one little privately owned parking lot that needs to retain access off the street. There's 2 travel lanes, so bi-directional travel is accommodated. One side has no sidewalk. The west side has a 7-foot sidewalk. The typical code-compliant streetscape for a downtown or mixed-use area is something on the order of 14 to 16 feet wide, which is a paved area with tree pits. That would encroach significantly into the roadbed. You would lose at least 2 of those lanes, which is probably a good thing, but that's the implication of adding that particular streetscape. If you were to try to do 14 feet on both sides of the street without any accommodation, you wouldn't have enough room left over for even a single lane, because you'd have 12 feet left over, enough for a single lane, that would with no on-street parking. The developer has been working on some concepts. This is one potential idea for a future condition. Sidewalk that's a little bit under the code compliant minimum with a rebuilding of the roadbed, an extension of the curb out into the street. Often we accommodate the 14-foot street on the private side of the property line in downtown, but because of the zoning conditions that require the preservation of the existing buildings, that's not an option for much of the frontage here. There was also discussion of this idea of a shared street concept, and the photo on the right is a photo from Washington, D.C. I think a closer example is Wall Street in Asheville, which is essentially you turn the entire street over to pedestrian space, but vehicles can traverse it usually on a textured surface that causes everyone to drive very slowly and cautiously. Again, this would require some sort of discretionary approval from the city to make that a reality. So with that, I conclude my presentation and would be happy to take any questions.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, thanks for presenting these options. For anyone who's trying to keep track of this, originally all the funds were going to be designated to the streetscape option. So now we have 2 options with the affordable housing in the mix. So I really appreciate thinking through that. So just to clarify, if the $225,000 goes to the streetscape improvements, the city planning and development staff would then be participating in partnership with the developer next door about what this space looks like, or who would have kind of ultimate authority, I guess.
Right. So who has ultimate authority to approve the streetscape section?
Yeah.
Will depend on the approval path to it. Likely the appearance commission through an alternate process. In terms of the use of the funds, that could come back to council. I'd have to confer as to whether that was mandatory, but we could certainly make the pledge to do that. I think the putting half of the funds towards transportation makes them available for this purpose. It doesn't commit their use to this purpose. Mm-hmm. Clearly, we would want to negotiate an outcome where we felt like the city was getting value for those funds. If we were unable to negotiate that value, then those funds could be allocated to some other purpose, either within transportation or a budget transfer could take them and put them back to housing. So it just, at this point, provides some flexibility for staff to enter into that negotiation, but I cannot guarantee, what the outcome of that would be until we have more time.
Okay. Well, I do just want to say I appreciate the ideas around the streetscape. I think it could be a really nice, kind of special place for walkability. So I would be in favor of the option 2. That's just me.
Would you like to make a motion? Council.
No, I had a comment.
All right.
Well, my comment was just that I also support option 2. So I'll let Councilmember Fort go ahead.
I would say I'm probably more supportive of option one. We've got a lot of challenges as it relates to affordable housing, and I'm a little bit concerned about the precedent it was set if we start splitting off payments or splitting off income to go to other types of projects when the goal of the city, when we sell our property, is to use the funding to support our affordable housing initiatives. And so for me, I wouldn't want to set that precedent, and I would prefer option one.
Definitely, I see the needs for both option 1 and 2, and with the needs and pressing. I guess I have a question for staff. If we were to not give the money towards the streetscape, could they still move forward with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we don't have any say.
Right. Well, we do and we don't. Our code has...
Are due, but we could look at ways that we could enhance this in a very different way than just standard stuff.
And this is what, one block?
It's one block.
Okay.
Yep. If you've ever walked down there, oh my goodness. It's a mess, and it's hard to walk on. So I would be in favor of option 2. For that reason, I've seen this falling apart now for 20 years. And while I share Councilmember Fort's passion and concerns, I think there's room here to do both. And I think we can do, as opposed to either or, we can do both. Councilmember Melton.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what I heard you say is that before money is actually spent or committed to this, it would come back for another vote here.
It can, yes.
Why don't we do this? Just throwing this out there. I could support option 2 with the understanding that putting the money in transportation doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to be spent on this project. And if we don't feel like we're going to get a maximized result, we can just reallocate it back to housing. Or if we have an urgent need come up for some funding in housing in neighborhoods, this could be the first bit that's just pulled back over. So I would be comfortable designating half for housing in neighborhoods, half for transportation for the streetscape project, with the understanding that before it's actually spent, it comes back for a final approval when we actually know what the plan is. Earmarking it doesn't mean that it's used. It's just being held there. Is that right?
Is that a motion?
Well, I just want confirmation on that first. Is that
Yes.
Then I'll make that motion.
Okay, do we have a second? Second by Councilmember Harrison. All in favor? Aye. Who's opposed? So 3. Okay, Fort, Jones, and Branch. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm sure we'll be hearing more about this, but please keep us posted. And next we have the Social District Ordinance Pilot Update.
All right, good morning, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Whitney Schoenfeld with the Office of Emergency Management and Special Events. For the past 9 months, our office has overseen the implementation and operation of the Social District. We're here today to provide a report to you all on how it's been going thus far and recommendations for continued operation. I do want to recognize staff from the City Manager's Office, City Attorney's Office, RPD, Transportation, Parks, Communications, IT. It's really been an all-hands-on-deck effort thus far. And we also have the Downtown Raleigh Alliance here today to present on a downtown community survey they did, soliciting feedback about the social district. So to kick things off, for those who may be here or watching and asking themselves, what is a social district? A social district is a defined outdoor area where alcoholic beverages can be consumed. They have to be purchased from a licensed ABC permittee for on-site consumption. So think of going to your favorite bar or restaurant, purchasing a drink in a designated cup. Now you're walking outside, sipping down the sidewalk on the way to your next destination. And according to the North Carolina ABC Commission, Raleigh is one of 29 towns and cities across the state who has submitted registration materials for a social district. This slide here serves as some background. So in the fall of 2021, the North Carolina General Assembly, that's when they passed legislation allowing towns, cities, municipalities to establish social districts. That legislation was revised in the summer of 2022. And really, this legislation was made for two primary reasons. It was to help support businesses by bringing people back downtown, and it was also done to keep people safe and outdoors amidst the pandemic. So since the original legislation has passed, City Council has heard from the North Carolina Retail Merchants Association, who really gave a background on the legislation that was passed. We've heard from the DRA, Hillsborough Street Community Services Corporation, and ultimately staff when we presented recommendations to the council to create a pilot social district. The district was approved by council in July of 2022, and we implemented it 1 month later in August 2022. As a point of reference, this is a map of the current boundaries of the social district. It includes portions of the Fayetteville Street District, City Market, as well as a portion of the Warehouse District. It also looks like the state of Texas. Its operating hours are 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily, 7 days per week. It includes destinations people are walking to and from, such as Red Hat Amphitheater, Martin Marietta Center for the Performing Arts, and the Raleigh Convention Center. We currently have 50 businesses within these boundaries that are participating in the social district, whether they sell alcohol or welcome it inside of their establishment. So before we present on staff recommendations, I'd like to now introduce Bill King, President and CEO of the Downtown Raleigh Alliance, to review the feedback they collected from their survey and public input sessions.
Okay, thank you all so much. I'm Bill King with the Downtown Raleigh Alliance, and really honored to be here. So thank you all for letting us come and present some feedback. I do want to give a big thank you to the City of Raleigh staff. The feedback you're about to see shows a very successful program, and it is only because the staff worked so hard last year to really provide this program to our downtown businesses. So we're very thankful. Particularly, I'd like to thank Whitney and her team at Special Events. I think you all still owe Whitney some vacation from last year. She worked out hard. So thank you, Whitney and Rachel and Chris and the rest of the Special Events team. Thank you to Jen Baker and the Clean team, Stan Joseph and the Solid Waste team, the Communications Department, who did a great job really helping us figure out the stickers, Michael Moore and the Parking Department, and Matthew Courier for helping figure out the signage, and Evan Raleigh, Assistant City Manager, who really was a great partner with us. So thank you to the city staff for this. I won't hit this too hard, but we did quite a bit of engagement before social district authorization. We did surveys, feedback sessions, and peer city research. As Whitney mentioned, we presented that to you last year. In this review that we've conducted over the last few months, we did 3 online survey tools, and they were oriented in different towards different stakeholder groups. We received over 921 responses to our survey, which is awesome. So our annual survey each year for downtown gets about 1,000 responses. So that's a tremendous response. Over a third of those were downtown residents, which is a very important constituency to make sure that they're comfortable with this program and benefiting. And we also did dedicated business and resident feedback sessions for some in-depth conversations, as well as we looked at peer cities, again, talking to other cities around the country. So I'm going to walk you through high-level results. We have tons of data on this. For those interested, we can break it down by different stakeholder group. We can go into deeper questions, but for you all, I've kept this at the most important results, and of course, happy to take any questions on it afterwards. Overall, how would you describe the social district's impact on downtown Raleigh? 77% say positive or very positive, so that's great. How would you describe your level of support for a social district in downtown? 90% support or strongly support. Y'all, our Christmas tree lighting doesn't get this level of support. This is a very strong public policy to have this level of support. The social district should include downtown parks like Moore Square. 77% agree. So these were questions where we're exploring boundary extensions. The social district should include more of the warehouse district. The boundary currently cuts down Martin Street, which is right in the middle of the district, not very intuitive. 86% agree or strongly agree. On sustainable cups, we asked, should the social district use sustainable cups? 70% agree. As you can see, very few disagree. Social district drinks should be allowed in special events that are also selling alcohol, and I'll go into this a little bit more in a minute, but 75% agree or strongly agree. Social district cups increase litter in downtown, 48% strongly agree or disagree, and only about 18% or so, 19% agree with that statement. Additional and more durable trash and recycling should be installed in the district, 86% agree or strongly agree. The social district encourages bad behavior in downtown, 78% strongly disagree or disagree. The social district brand, Sip and Stroll, should be updated and improved. This was the only question that has a neutral answer. So everything else you're seeing very strong agree or very strong disagree, which is great. Given the number of responses we had, given the different stakeholder groups we reached out to see that level of consensus on all these questions is really helpful. So this is kind of a summary of what you've seen here. So you see the green responses on how strong agreement was on the positive impact and support, as well as support for expansion of boundaries. You can also see not very many people agreed that it adds litter, and very, very few people agreed that it has encouraged bad behavior. So overall, really happy with the results here from the surveys on the impact of the program. We also did feedback sessions. We did those for residents and businesses, and then we also reached out to different stakeholder groups who had not joined us in those sessions to make sure that we got as much comprehensive feedback as we could. The top line finding here, the social district has increased sales and has led to new sales that would not have otherwise occurred. So that's great. That was part of the intention, was to help businesses that have been deeply affected over the last 3 years in downtown. Social district has accomplished that. We heard of very few, if any, minor issues with misuse, no misbehavior reported, which is great too. We spent a lot of time in our feedback and in the design of this district to really address and make sure we didn't have issues with misbehavior. We did hear the website is not as user-friendly as some would like for finding participants. Signage on the businesses themselves that identify if they're in the social district is a little small, a little difficult for users to find. The street pole signage, which you see a photo of here, is temporary looking. That was the nature of getting this done in 5 weeks, was things had to be temporary. So we're thankful that the signage went up. We'd love to see, obviously, that made permanent. Writing the time and date adds time for staff. That's not necessarily a criticism to change the program. It's just a reality for some of the service staff. Some businesses would like an option for printed cups. So currently we use a sticker model. Printed cups, which they use in Durham, would be favored by a number of businesses. There is some conflict with special events' ability to sell and shut off business sales. So as it currently works, a special event on Fayetteville Street, for example, is able to suspend the portion of the district in their footprint. So the businesses on Fayetteville Street cannot sell into the district during the event. And they do have the option to sell drinks out of the district, as in off their footprint into the rest of the social district. That does create a little bit of an inequity there between events and businesses that has some tension. That is not a super easy resolution. That may take some time to figure out, but I just wanted to let you know of that tension. Businesses like being able to pick their suppliers for cups and stickers. The model was made intentionally flexible. I think that was a very wise choice and affirmed in the feedback. There is some interest in expanding hours modestly to align with brunch. 10 a.m. Is when brunch is allowed to start serving alcohol in the state. There was some interest in 11 p.m., but it varied by stakeholder group. Not a particularly strong finding there. This is just a matrix of peer research. So we looked at a number of other cities, even outside of this, but we talked to each of these cities to find out how their districts are doing. Obviously, we're sizable. Durham's is larger by acreage, but we're almost as large in bars and restaurants. And particularly if you all do consider expansion, we should be able to catch up quickly. They incorporated their entire municipal service district. Obviously, we did not do that. We took a different approach. But you can see how other cities handle this. A lot of them have a pretty light touch on programming, and they use it as a passive economic development tool. We are somewhat rare in requiring the date and time, but there's reasons for doing so, and others encourage their businesses to do that. So in terms of high-level feedback, if we were to summarize it for you guys, certainly you can see from both the focus groups and the survey extending the boundaries to include more of the warehouse district. The boundary right now on Martin Street is one of the least intuitive. It bifurcates the district, so it's a little confusing for users. We find that Boundaries that are more intuitive, whether that's large streets or infrastructure, things like that, are more likely for a user to realize, I'm leaving the district, I need to make sure I throw away my cup and not walk across the line with a drink. So there's strong support for expansion in the warehouse district. We did find support for expansion to urban parks such as Moore Square. You do have some existing conditions that are similar to the social district with regards to alcohol sales in the park. And we did find a precedent for other cities having parks with good results. You do also have some other public spaces downtown, which are already in the district that we've not had any issues with. I also know this is a complex issue, so this might be one to look at later. Days and hours of operation, modifying it to 10 a.m., we saw strong support for that. Really no concerns there. And then I mentioned the issue on special events. This is a complicated one. If there were a way to make that a little bit more equitable where special events can't shut off businesses and also sell into the district at the same time, that would be great. Unclear if the legislation allows that, but that would be an opportunity to look at. Sustainability, we would encourage you all to have a minimum requirement that all social district cups be recyclable. So I know there's a lot of interest in sustainability on this district. I will note our peer cities do not emphasize sustainability. This is an opportunity for Raleigh to lead on this and establish our district as a sustainable district. A lot of our businesses already use recyclable cups. The ones that don't are amenable to figuring that out. Right now we don't have a compost stream that's able to take compostable cups. So when those are being used, they're not really getting composted, which doesn't make them actually that sustainable. So recyclable is really the preferred method here to create a sustainable district. And in tandem with that, adding more trash and recycling receptacles. So what you found is that the temporary bags you see in that photo, that commingled trash and recycling, which again just contaminates recycling, it doesn't work. When you have the receptacles next to each other, you're a whole lot more likely to actually be able to recycle the cups. So we would really encourage more durable trash and recycling receptacles. We'd also encourage more durable metal signage to replace the temporary signage, and some of that signage to be along the edges, less so on the interior of the district. On marketing and branding, you saw the result in the survey. There was not a lot of interest in flipping this over and renaming it and all of that. I think the Sip and Stroll name implies what you can do in the district. So really, our feedback here is around looking at the logo to update that, freshen that up a bit. Look at the graphics. This is something we at DRA are willing to help with. The cup and sticker model, we would encourage adding an option for branded cups. Not getting in the business of selling cups or getting cups for businesses, but giving them the option to take the logo and put it on a branded cup is of interest. A lot of other districts do that. We'd be interested in potentially hosting the main web page, just given the business listings we already have and a mobile-friendly web page. We're also able to use a QR code, which would be really helpful on the signage. And we heard that from a lot of places. And we'd be willing to manage the business signage as well. That's those stickers on the windows. So those are my takeaways. I want to thank you all so much for this program. I want to thank the city staff for this. We are really proud. We were the first in the Triangle to get this done, and we are still the largest city in the state to have an operational social district. So we're really proud of this. I'll turn it back over to staff.
Thank you, Bill. Moving into some staff feedback and recommendations, this slide details some of our high-level takeaways, and a lot of these are consistent with what the DRA found from their survey as well. So there have been no known issues associated with noise, crime, or disturbances as a result of the social district. There's been no need for dedicated additional law enforcement to maintain the district. There's been no significant increase in trash or littering. I want to emphasize again that the social district has not caused an increase in trash. What did result is seeing that our temporary X-frame recycling receptacles really contained, they collected a lot of trash regardless of whether or not it was the social district. So if anything, the social district has shown the need for more permanent receptacles regardless of whether or not the social district was in place. And then my last bullet on this slide here is that the city also maintains its own feedback form, which has been live since August of 2022 when the social district was implemented. And the majority of our feedback has been generally positive, with the majority of respondents believing that the social district is good for Raleigh and support its expansion. So this map here is essentially two maps in one. The black border is the existing boundaries of the social district. Based on feedback that we've heard as staff and conversations that we've had, we're proposing the red shaded area just beyond the border. Let's see if, so this area is what we're proposing as the expansion to the social district.
And that's the Dillon
Yes. So this
Warehouse
includes
District.
Yes, this includes more of the warehouse district. It includes locations such as Union Station Plaza, Barcelona, Heirloom within the Dillon. It would go up to Vita Vitae, include Legends, Morgan Street Food Hall, State of Beer, Flying Saucer, Flex, all the way over to Y Hill as well. So if these were to become the set boundaries, any business within this area could decide to opt in or out of the social district. So moving into cups, a key component of having a social district is the cups have to be designated and they have to meet statutory requirements. Similar to what the DRA shared, we've heard recurring feedback that we want a sustainable option for our cups. We agree and recognize the importance of sustainability, and staff at the beginning of the onset of the district, staff met with recycling processors with solid waste services, and they identified a recyclable cup option that all businesses are encouraged to obtain. There was also some questions whether or not the sticker prevented recycling, and it does not. And as the DRA also shared, survey results have shown that a lot of businesses prefer to obtain their own cup, but we are looking at doing a branded cup option as well. So there could be the branded cup option, and there could also be the sticker option for cups.
Could we require that businesses who order their own order that type that is recyclable?
So we talked about this with the city attorney's office earlier on in the district, and the legislation mentions, let me find it. It says that we can again encourage cups with certain types of material to be used, but we couldn't dictate it. But we can look more into that again as well. So now I'll elaborate more on special events. And again, the DRA kind of mentioned some of the challenges that businesses have seen with special events. So the updated legislation that came out last summer allows special events to be a part of the social district. If some of you recall, when we originally presented, the two could not mingle whatsoever, but now we've learned that they can. So this means that an event is treated just like a business. Just like how a business can opt in or out of the social district, a special event is treated like a business where they can opt in or out of the social district. So it's up to the discretion of special events to sell alcohol into the boundaries of the social district, and they can also prevent outside alcohol from coming in. So if you have walked by Raleigh Times or Crankheim Brewing, some of those businesses have signs up that say no outside alcohol inside their establishment. And that's what special events also have the ability to do based on the legislation. And our office educates both events and businesses to let them know of what events are happening and whether or not the social district is in place or not. And more events than not have chosen to allow social district beverages to come into the district. I would say at the beginning of implementation, events were a little weary. This was new to everyone, so there was some hesitation, and a lot of events did opt out, but now more are opting in. Getting into naming, so Sip and Stroll Downtown was named in an effort to prepare for future social districts. Another change in the updated legislation allows towns and cities to create more than one social district. So these are some hypothetical examples of what future social districts could be named, and our goal was to create a consistent brand across the city if there becomes more interest from private developments. And to prepare for that, we're also creating an online application process if there is such interest. We've received inquiries from some, but no one is fully ready to move forward with anything. But any submissions would ultimately require council approval. So in summary, these are staff's recommendations for Sip and Stroll Downtown, our downtown social district. We're proposing to expand the boundaries to include more of the warehouse district. We're also recommending to modify the current daily operating hours from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. to start 1 hour earlier at 10 a.m., which is also consistent with the DRA's survey. The 10 a.m. Captures the brunch bill for alcohol that can be served beginning at 10 a.m. At 10 p.m. cutoff time is consistent for when most special events end. It also captures the end of dinner and retail before bleeding into nightlife activity. We will need more time this go around to install permanent signage and permanent waste receptacles. So we feel comfortable proposing an effective date of August 15th. And if you recall, this just happens to be the 1-year anniversary of the start of the social district. Crank Arm Brewing actually held a parade last year. They expressed an interest in doing an annual parade. So depending on direction today, Crank Arm could plan a new parade route. So where do we go from here? We're going to ask you as the council today to provide concurrence of our recommendations or an alternative direction to update city code for the boundaries and the operating hours of the district. We'll continue to work with the DRA to do business education and outreach so they know what the regulations are and to determine who does and doesn't want to participate in the social district. We've already made significant progress with communication staff about updating a lot of our signage and deliverables. We also agree and recognize that our window clings were small. We already have design templates that are 2 inches bigger on each side. This decal here on the slide is that red-orange color. We'd like to use those on the sidewalk, so it's more of a stop rather than green means go. That's how some of the existing ones were. We do want to have more permanent metal signage, similar to what you see transportation use already. And we've also received permission to use QR codes on our signage that could link directly to our website. And we're also working with IT to have like a "You Are Here" feature on the map so someone knows exactly where they are. So depending on today's direction, we'll look into how we can also procure more permanent waste receptacles throughout the boundaries of the social district as well. And with that, I'm happy to hear your questions, comments, or any other feedback.
So I have a couple of questions. First off, DRA had asked about having information on their website, because I think that's where most people go. Is that being considered? And then the second part of that is, at some point, we're going to have kiosks downtown, and I believe that DRA is going to manage the messaging on that. So would it make more sense to make that more the focal point from a communication standpoint?
Yeah, I think that's certainly something that we're handling at a staff administrative level right now. We do have our website. The DRA has their website. A part of submitting our materials to the North Carolina ABC Commission is that we do have to have a website that has our maintenance and management plans. We recognize that some of the other cities have delegated to an entity similar to the DRA. We're happy again to continue those conversations, but our office does exist and we are relatively good at creating guides and whatnot. We're pretty proud of the website. A lot of other municipalities have actually replicated a lot of our content, but we're happy to continue those conversations with the DRA.
Yeah, I think that kind of partnership is important. A lot of what you're doing too is to satisfy, I guess, the rules.
Mm-hmm.
But like DRA is more known, like from the public standpoint, from residents, that's their go-to place. So I just want to make sure that they are getting what they need as well.
Yeah.
Because that's more the marketing arm.
Yes. And I would also say that we're also, again, preparing for future social districts that may not be downtown. So it may be beneficial to still have something on the city's website for when we do have, whether it's 5 Points or those private developments that we previously listed, rather than having someone go all over the place. But we are willing to do any and all.
I'm not saying it's an either or.
Yeah.
I'm saying let's do an and.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And then the second question I had relates to Moore Square. When I was at the Downtown Raleigh Alliance recent board meeting, there was a lot of discussion about adding Moore Square to the district, in part because special events were being held that attracted a number of people. The fact that alcohol is already sold there.
Right.
And so the question was, okay, if somebody buys a drink at Bittersweet, can't they walk over? I'm just using an example. Can't they just walk over to Moore Square? And the answer right now is no. So I just wanted to ask what consideration and whether you're continuing to look at Moore Square as potential site for expansion, and under what circumstances?
Yes, so Moore Square has definitely been a part of the conversation, so that's continuously being evaluated. We recognize that the survey does show a majority of people who would like for Moore Square to be in the social district. After a lot of staff conversations, we just have some more concerns. So one of the concerns is that currently liquor is not allowed in city parks. So if we did allow the social district to take place there, and the social district can be beer, wine, or liquor, we'd have to look at doing an ordinance change to allow liquor in parks. Moore Square is also state-owned property, so the city attorney's office is currently looking into statutes and past agreements to figure out what we can and can't do there. And then probably lastly, but also most importantly, is just the current behavior and activity that happens in Moore Square. We just have some concerns from a law enforcement perspective. I think allowing the social district to occur puts RPD in a challenging position for enforcement to say that one type of alcoholic beverage is allowed, but another might not be. So those are just some of our concerns that we're still working through. So we're not recommending it at this time, but we're certainly open to continued conversation and continued evaluation in the future.
Mm-hmm. I think those are all valid concerns, and thank you for explaining that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, thanks so much for the presentations. I was just curious, do you know which days and times are most popular for the social district? Do you have any of that kind of data?
Have you heard that from businesses?
Hey, that's a great question. Certainly weekends, we see an increase. And then what we found is some of the most popular trips are people either coming before or after a show, either at the amphitheater or the Performing Arts Center. And then when we've had activations that our social district opened for people to walk through, so like the Illuminate Art Walk was very popular, Sip and Stroll. So we do find it's a tool that is probably most successful when it's combined with something additional like activation or something to go see and do. But weekends and evenings tend to be the highest use. We do not see much use during weekdays, like during the workday.
Great, thank you. Yeah, my own experience, I did Sip and Stroll once on a Monday, and I was there alone, which is fine. It was very safe.
Text me next time. I'll come down there.
I'm really sorry. We'll get more people out there. Don't worry.
It's fine. No. But I am, curious about its use and popularity, and the role that it plays. And I do want to emphasize that I know the expansion is not in Glenwood South. So thank you. I think that it is definitely a continued desire to help move some of our nightlife or hangout traffic away from Glenwood South as much as possible.
I 100% concur with that. I know when we did surveys, that came out as the top place for a social district, and that would be the worst idea ever. So, Councilmember Fort.
Yes, getting back to Moore Square, I appreciate what you said in terms of the issues, and for me, I think the third issue is probably the most important one. There's, so many challenges in terms of behavior and issues there. I don't know how much time and resources you're putting into trying to figure that piece out, but for me personally, it's almost second to Glenwood South in terms of like a not expansion type area, in my opinion, in the foreseeable future, just because it's so hard to control a number of the issues that are going on there. And it's probably one of the places that I get a lot of complaints about even now. So thank you for not including it because of some of those challenges. And I think it's going to probably be quite some time before, even though there are folks in the survey who would like to see it as an option, I just don't think it's viable at this point.
Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Bill, you said a third of the respondents were downtown residents.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us a little bit more about who the rest of the respondents were?
Yeah, so we had the survey open to the general public, and so, but you could self-identify. So others were businesses, and so some businesses were in there, and then we had a lot of people just general interests. So they were people of Raleigh who did not necessarily live downtown. We had employees who work downtown but don't live downtown. So we had a wide variety of different people responding to that. So it was not just downtowners responding, which was great to see. So we had people from all over the city and region responding because they're really interested in the district.
Do you have like a rough breakdown, like an additional third were business owners and the remaining third were?
Yes. Let me bring up Will Gaskins, our vice president, who can give me the data here. Okay, so 43% were City of Raleigh residents, not downtown, 19% in the Triangle in general.
Thank you. I was also curious, I don't know if it was you or Whitney, mentioned that some our municipality requires the date and the signature, but others do not. If you could elaborate on why?
I can start. I don't know. Okay, all right. I'll just say yes. So other municipalities do not necessarily require it. The intention behind that was what Date and Time does is it allows the business to say, this is when we sold this drink. So if somebody is found with a cup later on, the police are able to see, okay, you got this 4 hours ago, so we're not necessarily concerned about over-serving, or you got this 10 minutes ago and you're incredibly inebriated. So it has that mechanism. So it was something that allowed law enforcement to do that, and to some degree is risk mitigation for businesses. It does create a little bit of a time situation. We didn't hear a whole lot of businesses, though, saying this is a deal breaker for us. And if you, so, you know, it's healthy for a risk mitigation strategy, even if it adds a little bit of time. But that was the intention behind it. Whitney, am I characterizing that fairly?
Yeah, and I would also say that at the onset of the district, businesses were supportive of doing that, so it did help with their liability. And I think now we're just seeing some staff that the time is more of a burden on them. And I will say Durham does it as well, because I did some market research.
So I have just one more, if my colleagues will indulge me. This is more of a comment. I appreciate all the efforts here around recyclability. I think that's a great next step, but I would hate for it to be our last step. So I just want to I know I've said this to many folks in the game separately, but I would really like us to move in a direction or continue to explore reusability. And I think there's opportunities out there, like Don't Waste Durham has a reusable hard plastic to-go container that's dropped in a sort of receptacle, cleaned in a industrial facility and returned back to the vendors. And I think that I'd just really like to see y'all continue to explore those opportunities, maybe not in the immediate term, but in a longer term capacity.
Councilmember Melton and then Councilmember Black.
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, because it's a piggyback off of Councilwoman Patton's. I always forget the last names. So I am deeply in favor of the whole issue around recyclability across downtown. When I go out downtown, that's one of the things I notice is that we don't have a lot of receptacles that are readily available. And that was one of the concerns that I had, which was just looking at the sustainability efforts. And I think, there could be some generalized cost savings long term with looking at reusability. I know our composting facilities really aren't where they need to be, but I really don't see bioplastics as a solution for the climate crisis. So I know that we have to, the city is looking at composting and our public-private partnerships around that for the long term, but I was wondering if it's any ideas around incentivizing using the cups, because I know you guys work directly with solid waste services looking at the types of plastics that we can recycle in our facilities. And that's really important. People don't understand that you can't recycle all plastics everywhere. So just with the businesses that are coming in, is there any sort of incentive until we can figure out some sort of other solution around it? But also, I really like the idea of having more recycling receptacles around the downtown area.
So the incentive is not something that we had thought of, but again, once you all decide to expand the boundaries and whatnot, we will have to do business education and outreach. So that is a conversation that we can have with Solid Waste Services, with the DRA, to figure out some options there that we could look into doing.
Awesome, I love that. Okay, that was it for me.
I'm sorry, I just want to add one idea also is potentially in how we highlight businesses, those who do opt in to do more reusable or sustainable options being highlighted and recognized as such as sort of an incentive. It's not monetary, but from a visibility standpoint.
Just a couple things. Thanks for all your work on this. And to the question about the boundaries, The map that DRA put up and then the city proposed map, they differ just a little bit. And I understand not wanting to have the parks in right now, so all for taking those out. But I think there's some other, can we pull back up the DRA map? I'd like to use this map as our boundaries, just pull the parks out. I understand that the block with the municipal building is there, but I think we could put some signs up that just say no social district in the municipal area, no social district in the parks. But for purposes of boundary, I think the issue, if we switch back to the staff map, the issue we're going to have with this is when you create all these donut holes, see those like blocks that separate the warehouse district from the rest, it gets very confusing for folks about am I in the social district or not. And so I would like to just see us use the DRA map without the parks. And if some signs need to go up so that people don't bring, I don't think anyone's coming to hang out at Raleigh Municipal Building, but we can put a sign up that says no social district, et cetera. That would be my recommendation from just a zone aspect, because I think that's the only difference between that and that little like no man's land triangle down there, which is actually undeveloped grass right now along the railroad tracks. Yeah, that, I think we just put that in too, so that's just clean. We also eliminate the shape of Texas, which... So that's what I'd like to do with boundaries. And other than that, I think this is great work. Thank you so much for not only getting this stood up last summer, but for ways to increase it. It's very rare that we do anything at this council table that is just like overwhelmingly popular. And for some reason, the social district has just proven to be overwhelmingly popular. And so I'm glad we got ours up and running first and that we can continue to be leader in this space. I echo all the sentiments about the sustainability and continuing to work on that aspect. And then when we do the business outreach, I've also noticed that I think a lot of the businesses aren't taking advantage of the social district, meaning they may have a sticker in the window, but they don't actually sort of like offer it to patrons or advertise it. And so I think we could do a little bit more to even increase the uptake even more. And next time Councilmember Harrison goes down there, I will join you. So those are my thoughts. I'm ready to make a motion unless anybody has anything else.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just want to real quick, if the motion's going to include these additional areas, I just want to hear from staff. Are there any concerns on those spots? Is there a reason like that little corner wasn't included?
Yeah, so I can share that the reason why we did exclude this area is because if we include it, then it surrounds Nash Square, and Nash Square is one of the locations where we did not want to include in the social district. And because it is the municipal building, we again recognize we can post signage and whatnot, but that is one reason why we did not include that area, is because it closely borders Nash Square.
Quick question, isn't also Campbell's Law School?
Yes.
So they'll probably opt out anyway?
Correct, yeah. So this is our complex here, and then Campbell, I should have used a different color, but we're here, and then Campbell's right above.
Yeah, and just to be clear, in no way, shape, or form am I advocating for Campbell Law School to participate in our social district or this facility we're sitting in. But if you are, because the whole point of the social district is to go destination to destination. So if you are coming from a restaurant on the far right of this map and you want to walk to the warehouse district, if we don't include Morgan Street and Hargett Street and Hillsborough Street to provide access, it's going to be very confusing for folks to get over to this expansion area because it's not contiguous or whatever word that is.
Or especially Hargett Street is the one street I'm looking at.
Right.
Because
And so I
that's
just
where
wanna-
people would walk to. That would be the most common sense place to walk is Hargett, along Hargett.
Right. And my other concern is people are going to do it anyway if we don't put those in, and it's going to be impossible to manage. Like, folks with a cup are just going to assume they can walk down Hargett Street to the next place. And so I would like to just connect those areas with the understanding that the parks are not in. Obviously, Campbell Law School is not going to be in. The Raleigh Municipal Building is not going to be in. Put a little sign up. But for purposes of getting to the two areas, I don't see a cleaner way to do it. So that would be my only suggestion.
And just real quick, was there also another triangle down there
Oh,
that
yeah.
would be included? Is there any concern down there, or what were you all thinking?
No.
It's just not included right now because, again, there is like a grassy area. It's just not really much development there.
Mm-hmm.
I really think that matters that much. It just looks weird. But
But
there's
you walk
nothing there.
down that street? Yeah, you can walk down the
You
street.
can walk down that street. It is a development site. We recommended it because the railroad made a natural boundary there. The railroad's a type of thing that someone goes, okay, yeah. And so it will be redeveloped. There are some small businesses there as well. It's directly across from the amphitheater. So also people walking out of the amphitheater and crossing the street, it does also make compliance a little bit easier. So I think it's a fairly low priority spot. So, you know, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But for us, that was the thinking in recommending that site.
Okay.
All right, so I move to approve these recommendations, including the discussion we just had about this modified map. And I don't know if you need anything else from me. I think that's my motion.
Seconded by Councilor Harrison. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Councilor Fort is opposed. Anyone else? Did I see? Okay. So there's your vote, and thank you for your hard work on this. I remember when this started. I want to thank Councilor Melton for his leadership in moving this forward. This has been very popular strategy to bring people back downtown. And I remember, unlike Councilor Harrison, I did go down one night, mostly like I was curious. And the people who were coming out were older and just wanted the experience. And I thought, okay, this isn't quite what I was expecting, but this is great. And it's more about bringing people back to downtown. And I really do appreciate it. All the books I'm reading now and articles are all about making downtowns neighborhoods again. And it's really interesting to see, instead of being central business districts, bringing people back, building more housing, more amenities, more retail, and more this type of experience. So I think we're definitely heading in the right direction, and thank you very much. Okay, next we go to the report and recommendation of the city manager.
So thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We were going to do this at the next meeting, but since it's already been preempted by the acknowledgement of Bynum Walters, I will go down the list of the rest of city staff who were acknowledged as employees of the year. Each year we do an annual employee recognition ceremony. We used to do it over at the convention center. During COVID, when we were able to get back together as a group, we took it outside last year at Dick's. And we brought it back to Dick's this year. And so thank you to Council Members Patton and Jones for coming. Councilmember Jones danced the day away over there with city staff, so we had a really good time. And I will go down the employees of the year within each department, and then I will highlight the overall city employee of the year, who is quite amazing. So Jackie Brown for Human Resources, Sandra Sinani for Raleigh Police Department, Brett Compton for Communications, Amy Farinelli for Engineering Services, David Fix, Information Technology, Allison Hampton Campbell, Emergency Communications Center, Dylan Karahalius, Budget, Joshua Powell, Parks and Recreation, Jonathan Stallings, Raleigh Water, James Sudano, Transportation, Adrian Sykes, Solid Waste Services, Adam Van Ningen, Finance, Bynum Walters, Planning and Development, Brittany Washington, Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Complex. And the overall employee of the year was Dina Ali from Raleigh Fire Department. And let me just share a little bit of a few tidbits about the nomination for Dina. She was nominated by one particular captain in Raleigh Fire Department, but it was endorsed by several members of the department. She was over the moon when she realized that she won, and as I presented the award to her, she asked who nominated her because she wanted to personally thank them. I told her that wasn't important. She was nominated by the department. What was most special about last Wednesday was her family was there to see her receive the award, and her story is quite amazing. During her 15 years with the Raleigh Fire Department, Chief Ali has moved swiftly through the ranks and established herself as a powerhouse locally and nationally. Chief Ali is an inspiration for all. She's a living embodiment of what it means to reflect our community. She works with everyone, and her circle of influence is far-reaching and inclusive of all. Ali said that it was difficult to put into words what being named the City Employee of the Year means for her. Obviously, it's a huge honor, she said. My dad, my uncle, who were both former employees of the city from years ago, for them to be there and for them to see me and my mom be recognized in this way, it meant so much. At the end of the day, though, I think what really struck me were the words from the people who nominated me. It really illustrated that how you treat people matters and that being there for coworkers matters. Dina is our first female battalion chief in the Raleigh Fire Department. She embodies girl power, get it done, and she will kick some butt, literally. So we are quite ecstatic to have her on our staff, and unfortunately she's not here today, but let's just give Dina a round of applause. And she shared that her family...
She's out kicking butt.
Yes, she shared that her family lived the American dream. They were immigrants that came to this country in search of a better life, and they worked really hard. And she, as a female, was told that you could do anything that you wanted to do in life, and she's tried to embody that principle all the way through. So, guys, y'all better hang out and get ready, because Dina will be moving up the ranks. I'm going to go ahead and claim that in the near future, because she is just that great of an employee. So, great to have her. So now with the agenda, the first item is a small rental development, some funding recommendations. We have Erica Brandt from the Housing and Neighborhoods Department here to present that item.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Erica Brandt with Housing and Neighborhoods. I'm going to present today our recommendations for funding for our small-scale rental development program. So we'll start with some background on the program, talk about the responses that we received to the notice of funding availability that we put out, and then finish off with our funding recommendation. This year is the second year of our pilot program. We started 2 summers ago, making available funds from the Affordable Housing Bond for gap financing for rental development. We've also made available city-owned sites that developers can use and access via long-term land lease for the developments. And most of these sites are single-family residential sites scattered throughout downtown. They're infill lots. And the idea was to kind of capitalize on the missing middle text changes to be able to build slightly more density on these sites. So most of the sites prior to the text changes could only accommodate 1 single-family home. And now by right, they can usually accommodate a duplex plus an accessory dwelling unit. So that's 3 units. So just trying to get a little bit more housing out there with a focus on affordability. All of the units have to be affordable, up to 80% of the area median income, and a high priority was targeting deep affordability with this program, so at least a third of the units have to target extremely low income households at 30% of the area median income or below. The proposals that we received were evaluated based on their financial feasibility, the location, development quality, and the strength of the development team, and we also awarded bonus points for projects that propose deeper affordability beyond that minimum requirement. A note on the location, so although we made these city-owned sites available, it's not required that developers use those sites. They can bring forth sites that they have in their, they have control of or are seeking control of as well. So we received 4 proposals in response to our NOFA, requesting a total of $5.6 million. And staff is recommending funding 2 of the proposals with 0% interest deferred payment loans. These are the 2 highest scoring proposals. The first being from Southeast Raleigh Promise, which was also rewarded, you might remember from last year, $2 million in funding from fiscal year 21-22. Their project is using 10 of the city-owned sites that were made available that year. So it's a scattered site project, and they're looking to build 27 units that will target individuals and families. The additional request that they've made is for $1.3 million, and that's due to rising construction costs and interest rates that have made the project have a gap. The second project that we are recommending funding for was also very high scoring, brought forth by CASA. This project will be located at 601 Method Road, which is a property that's already owned by CASA. They're planning to redevelop it to build 9 units which will target supportive housing for youth who are aging out of the foster care system. And we're recommending $700,000 in funding for that project. So I'll do a quick overview with a little bit more detail about these projects. So the SERP project, 27 units, it's a mix of duplexes, accessory dwelling units, townhomes, and a single-family home as well. And you can see from the income targeting chart that I've put up here that 10 of the units out of 27 are targeting 30% AMI households, and the remaining units are split between 60 and 80% AMI households. And then in terms of bedroom size, we've got most of the units are 2 bedrooms, and then the remainder are kind of split between 1 and 3 bedroom units. CASA's project is 9 units. They're looking to build a small apartment building. They'll be partnering with the Hope Center at Paulin to house youth who are aging out of foster care. So that will be 8 of the units, and then they'll have 1 unit set aside for a resident advisor. All 8 of the youth units will be for folks who are 30% AMI and below. And the youth will also have their rent subsidized through the Raleigh Housing Authority. They'll have foster youth to independence vouchers. So our funding recommendation here is to approve the commitment of $1.3 million to SERP. This is in addition to that prior commitment of $2 million that was made last year, and then to approve a commitment of $700,000 to CASA, and then authorize the associated budget transfer for a total of $4 million in housing bond funds. And I'm happy to take any questions.
I just want to say I was so happy to see the funding there for CASA. Youth aging out of foster care is a very challenging situation, and I've worked with a lot of these young people through the Wake Tech Foundation. Their stories are amazing, and just some of what they've gone through in life, you can't even begin to tell the story without crying, which I've started to do right now. So thank you. And I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
The next item is along that same vein of affordable housing. Erica and Allison will present the 2020 Affordable Housing Bond contract for purchase for some lots on New Bern Avenue.
Thank you. So this item is an exciting opportunity for site acquisition on New Bern Avenue. Right here you can see the property highlighted at the corner of New Bern and Raleigh Boulevard. So we'll start talking about the kind of background behind the strategy of site acquisition. We'll talk about this property and its strategic importance, and then our recommendation. So in 2021, City Council authorized staff to enter into negotiations with property owners to purchase properties that would be used to provide affordable housing along transit corridors. This image on the screen shows a street view of the property that we're talking about. You'll probably recognize that it's Zach's Grocery Mart. They're on New Bern Avenue on the corner of New Bern and Raleigh Boulevard. The addresses here for these 4 parcels are 1609, 1611, 1617, and 1619 New Bern. The total acreage of the 4 sites is about a little over an acre, and they're currently zoned CX3 and NX3, which are commercial mixed use and neighborhood mixed use. It's sort of a blend among the parcels with that zoning. And the location is really ideally located. It's right on the New Bern Avenue BRT corridor, and it's actually kind of part of the East College Park neighborhood. So it's within East College Park, and it is within the neighborhood revitalization strategy area. And back when the neighborhood revitalization strategy area plan, or NRSA plan, was actually created in I think 2015 or 2016, the acquisition of these sites and eventual redevelopment was actually contemplated as a long-term goal for this area. So you can see on the map up here that the city actually has acquired and owns some of the other properties adjacent to the ones that we're talking about. They're shown in red there, with the idea that ultimately there could be some kind of reassemblage that is done to promote a redevelopment. So in terms of this site's strategic importance, in addition to the redevelopment, this is a real opportunity to address a lot of community concern about violence on this area. From 2020 to 2022, there were more than 80 police incidents on this block of New Bern Avenue, the 1600 block, including a number of very violent incidents. So hopefully this purchase will be an opportunity to address that concern. Ultimately, the redevelopment vision here is for mixed use with small business office or retail space, and then a substantial affordable housing component. And we're looking at a timeline probably of early to mid 2024 to put out an RFP for redevelopment to give us time to do any demolition, any environmental remediation that might be needed, and then parcel reassemblage. So our recommendation is to authorize the purchase of these parcels. The total purchase price is $2.9 million plus closing costs, and then to authorize appropriate city officials to execute all the documents, subject, of course, to final approval by the city manager and the city attorney. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, could you tell us the total number of units possible here?
That is a good question. I don't know, and I don't know if planning might have any idea.
So I think what's going to happen is in acquiring this property, they're going to realign it. That street that you see is at an angle is probably going to be realigned. So once that's done, then we'll have a better idea of what type of units can be added. Also, we have the ability, by owning it in the RFP that goes out, looking at affordable housing on top of the retail that is there as well. So I think all of that is a factor, and all of it will come back before council as a whole.
And the fact that it is going out through an RFP process, that will help make that determination. And a lot of it has to do with, as you just said, how that land is reconfigured, and also if there's any additional land they can purchase.
So I was just gonna say, but this is definitely an area I've received a lot of calls about in the past. As far as different activities that were going on in this particular block and where we're going. So I just want to thank staff for continuing to interact and work with the residents in that area to ensure their safety, but also looking at a way that we can reimagine a property. And include the affordable housing, focusing on different AMIs as we move forward. So if there aren't any other questions, obviously there's a question here, so I'll be quiet for now.
I have one. Is Zach's Grocery Mart still in operation?
Nope.
No. Okay. That's it. I got it.
You're going to make a motion?
I was going to make a motion to approve.
Before you do, can I just mention one thing? I want to thank and acknowledge Larry Jarvis. He worked extremely hard on this, and he saw this as a potential issue, as a way to really change things. And I just want to say thank you, Larry. This is going to make a huge difference in that area of New Bern. Go on.
I move for approval.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. Anyone opposed? Okay. That was unanimous. Thank you.
And the moment that everyone has been waiting on. So we have staff from Budget and Management Services bringing you your Christmas in May gift. So Christina, here's your answer to how big it is. I'm sorry.
Bigger than I thought it was going to be.
It was bigger than I thought, too.
Right.
It's pretty, though.
We're recognizing the artist, so you'll see her.
So before you start looking at your toys and get all excited, I'm going to share with you the budget message, and then I will turn it over to Sadia Sitar, who is our new Director of Budget and Management Services, who has worked diligently for the last 6 months and bringing her team around and changing the way we do business, all for the better. So totally excited about what's to come. So if you all will bear with me, I will set the stage and then I will hand it over to her. Dear Mayor and Council, I respectfully submit the proposed FY24 operating budget and the FY24-28 CIP budget in the combined amount of $1.26 billion. These documents articulate our plan for operational efficiencies, sound fiscal stewardship, meaningful engagement, and equitable outcomes for all. Additionally, the proposed budget provides a disciplined approach to balancing the city's finances, protecting and respecting our resources, and investing in the community and our amazing staff. As Raleigh continues to thrive in the post-pandemic environment, the FY24 budget aims to right-size funding for departments without creating financial hardships on the community. This year's theme, Connecting Our Community, highlights who we are and what we do. The connections that we make with our community are invaluable and truly help us to become better public servants that do the honorable work of the people that we serve. Sadia will share with you a little bit more about the cover and its artist in her comments. So, just what does the FY24 budget include? It includes commitments to public safety through investments in equipment, vehicles, apparatus, and enhanced benefits and salaries. Supplementals for public safety also to the tune of $1.475 million for ECC, RFD, and RPD are included. Dedicated funding for preservation of our natural resources, as we have to be good stewards of our environment. Strategic recreation initiatives through the 2022 Parks Bond and the Penny for Parks that this council approved a few years ago. Funds for professional studies that will help us to make the best decisions around pay to address market competitiveness and facilities to address growth and development throughout the city. Smart city pilots that will test new technologies to address urban sustainability, improve the effectiveness of our city services, and enhance the quality of life for our community. An innovation podcast, which will strengthen partnerships and highlight innovators in the organization and small businesses throughout our community, is also included. Continued investments in affordable housing, transportation improvements, and critical technology enhancements are included as well. Fare free transit for the upcoming year is also a part of this proposed budget. There is also an acknowledgement of the value and importance of our workforce through merit increases, 457 supplemental retirement plan contributions, zero-cost Plan B health insurance, and strategic initiatives to recruit, develop, and retain our diverse and high-performing employees, just to name a few things. The city's economic outlook is bright, as the Wall Street Journal recently named the city as the 5th best job market in the nation. And our future is also bright, because we have balanced competing needs and interests and provided a balanced budget today that addresses community, council, and staff concerns. This work, I would argue, will position us for success for many years to come. Since the federal government ended the COVID-19 emergency declarations on May the 11th, and because the number of local cases has decreased drastically, the severity of the virus has lessened, and our health insurance claims have trended down, the city will remove the COVID-19 vaccine requirements for new hires, promotions, and transfers, and the $50 monthly surcharge for health insurance benefits for unvaccinated employees, spouses, and retirees approved by council as part of the FY23 budget process will be removed effective July 1, 2023. Of course, the city will reserve the right to reinstate these measures in the event we are ever faced with a health crisis of this magnitude. Equity, transparency, stewardship, intentionality, fairness, and accountability are some of the values that are highlighted in this year's proposed budget. I trust that you will agree that these investments included in this financial roadmap will reaffirm our focus on fiscal stewardship and appropriately reflect my unwavering commitment to effective and efficient government. It is my hope that the priorities and financial goals outlined in FY24's budget will enhance the lives of every Raleigh resident, regardless of race, age, ethnicity, education, income, ability, lifestyle, or background. In closing, I am so thankful for our dedicated staff. A personal thanks to each of you for staying true to your calling, public service, particularly in a moment in time when the private sector is competing for us every single day. The work that we do day in and day out is truly the work of the people, and it has an impact, a lasting impact on people's lives. Your professionalism and loyalty drive the success not only of this organization, but the community that we love so much. And it is my honor to serve you and to serve with you in leading our capital city into her best days. Thank you.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council, and City Manager. I am Sadia Sattar, the Director of Budget and Management Services, and this afternoon I will present the City Manager's proposed fiscal year 2024 operating budget and capital improvement plan. The cover of this year's proposed budget book represents our theme for this year's budget, which is Connecting Our Community. Created by potter and illustrator Laura Caroline Casas, the cover showcases the bilateral nature of city services, emphasizing services easily accessible to residents as opposed to those that may not be readily visible. The accessible and invisible nature of both services mirrors the duality of our city government. In both cases, the city remains committed to providing excellent customer service regardless of how and where services are offered. We wanted to make sure that you have and are able to keep a piece of Laura's art with you. So we have included in your binders a sticker, a coloring page, as well as a poster for your home and your offices. We would also like to take a moment to personally thank Laura for making our vision for this cover a reality. So Laura is here in the audience, and I want to give her a massive shout out. So thank you, Laura. So this year, in the spirit of accessibility, we also created a budget at a glance. What is it? Well, a budget at a glance is designed to give residents an overview of the upcoming city budget in 4 pages. The budget at a glance has also been translated into Spanish, and I'm excited to share that as you leave chambers today, you will see posters of the budget at a glance in both English and Spanish to enjoy by not only yourselves, but our residents as well. I also want to mention that an abbreviated version of my presentation today is also going to be made available to residents at the City of Raleigh's YouTube channel in English and Spanish. So lots of great things that have happened as part of this year's budget process. And here's the budget at a glance for our residents to enjoy. So I want to start off by talking about the city's vision statement, which is to pursue a world-class quality of life by actively collaborating with our community towards the fulfilling and inspired future for all. This budget is a reflection of this vision. Our budget was not built or not created in a silo. It was a concerted attempt by staff to ensure that the budget process considered council priorities, the city's strategic plan, departmental needs and business plans with equity and engagement at its core. Results of the biannual community survey were not part of this process, but will be shared with City Council at a later date. To produce budgetary decisions that have measurable impacts on reducing racial disparities and to align our budget decisions with that vision, the fiscal year 24 budget process incorporated a multitude of steps to expand who is involved and altered how the process works. This year, we expanded efforts to embed equity in the budget process. Each department's supplemental requests were evaluated by the city's Budget Equity Review Committee, and results of the equity review were shared with city leadership and used to fund spending decisions. The fiscal year 24 budget sought input to guide the city's spending decisions. Our goal was to hear as many voices as possible from our community and to build a budget reflecting their preferences and priorities, ensuring equitable outcomes for all. This year's Community Budget Priorities Survey received over 3,000 responses, and we also kicked off a pilot engagement process to include focus groups. Our efforts are captured in the fiscal year 24 Community Budget Priorities Engagement Recap, which can be accessed on the budget webpage of the city's website. And keeping in mind our commitment to equity and engagement, I would now like to speak to the fiscal year 24 operating budget for the City of Raleigh. The fiscal year 24 total funds budget for the City of Raleigh is $1.26 billion, which is 10.4% larger over last year's fiscal year 23 adopted budget. Property taxes comprise of the largest source of revenues for the city, followed by water and sewer revenues, fees and charges, intergovernmental revenues, and sales tax. Our biggest expenses continue to be our investments in personnel, which comprises of salaries and employee benefits, followed by operating expenses. The city's fiscal year 24 general funds budget is $647.2 million, a 9.6% increase from fiscal year 23's adopted budget. Public safety continues to be the largest portion of our general fund budget, with 35% dedicated towards Raleigh Police, Raleigh Fire, and the Emergency Communications Center. This is followed by investments in capital and debt and infrastructure and public services. Our largest source of general fund revenues, or over 50%, continues to be property tax, followed by sales tax at 23%. And while property taxes continue to be the largest source of revenues for the general fund, this year's property tax is increasing by 4 cents. This is not a traditional property tax increase sought by the city manager. This increase of 4 cents is due to the overwhelming support for the 2022 Parks bond that was approved by over 73% of Raleigh voters in November last year. This increase to support the 2022 Parks bond, the new property tax rate will be 43.3 cents per $100 valuation for Raleigh homeowners, with the impact on a median single-family home being around $103 annually. In comparison to the fiscal year 23 adopted budget, property taxes are seeing a growth of almost 13%. Again, this is due to the 2022 Parks bond as well as normal property value increases. Sales taxes are seeing high growth of 13.8% due to inflation, and the prices of goods and services continue to stay high. And lastly, user fees are seeing a growth of 9.1% in the city of Raleigh due to increased development and construction, as well as near normal return to parks and recreation activities. As mentioned previously, the median single-family homeowner in the city can see their property tax increase by $103 annually. We also wanted to show what this impact of the 2022 Parks bond will be to homeowners with taxable values above the median. A property tax owner with an assessed value home of, let's say, $500,000 can see their taxes increase by around $200 annually, whereas a homeowner with an assessed tax value of $750,000 can see their property tax increase by around $300 annually. Again, these numbers are bound to change as Wake County will be conducting a revaluation next year. And before we move away from talking about revenues and expenses overall for the general fund, we did want to share with Council some major trends that both our revenues and expenses are experiencing, especially since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, our revenues continue to grow, with sales taxes at the helm of this increase. Sales taxes are increasing by around 14% or $18 million in comparison to the fiscal year 23 adopted budget. This is primarily due to inflation and increases in prices of goods and services, which are not going down. In comparison with other municipalities in North Carolina, both Charlotte and Raleigh remain progressive toward sales tax projections for fiscal year 24. However, we do want to remind City Council that we are still in unprecedented times and that the upcoming fiscal year may be one of the last years of high sales tax revenues for the city. And to round out our conversation about revenues, I do want to remind City Council that we did speak to you all earlier last month about our city enterprises. Residents can see their water rates increasing by 4% or 80 cents monthly. For fiscal year 24, residents can also see an 18-cent increase to their monthly stormwater fee. And finally, residents can also see a $2.10 increase to the solid waste services monthly garbage fee only. The city continues its commitment to its greatest asset, which is its workforce. In the spirit of equity amongst employees, fiscal year 2024, the city is eliminating the match requirement and will provide a 3% flat contribution citywide, regardless of the employee match. This is an increase of $1.3 million from last year. The city will also continue annual pay adjustments for all employees across the board. These pay adjustments include a 5% increase for police, fire, and general pay employees, followed by a 3.5% increase for broadband employees in the city. Finally, the city will also commit $500,000 to address public safety leapfrogging in fiscal year 24. The budget continues to implement City Council's living wage policy with a new living wage at $40,860. It implements the results of our market review, increases the contribution for local government employees' retirement system, or LGERS, as well as to law enforcement officers. The budget also provides funding for a compensation study to ensure that Raleigh remains competitive in the job market. For the fiscal year 24 proposed budget, the city continues to provide high-quality healthcare to our employees. The city is continuing to provide competitive benefits to meet diverse employee needs, align benefits with best practices, and provide benefits that are financially sustainable. As presented previously to City Council in February by the interim HR director, the city is anticipating a 5% increase in medical and pharmacy claims and will continue to absorb most increases associated with our health insurance programs. Employees will see a 5% increase to their premiums, but the city will continue to maintain the no premium employee-only plan that covers approximately 38% of City of Raleigh employees. Further details of changes to employee benefits can be found in the fiscal year 24 Employee Compensation and Benefits Recommendations booklet, and that is also included at the back of your binder that we shared with you all today. The booklet will also be made available on the City of Raleigh's budget webpage. The city's 5-year strategic plan translates vision and goals into actionable strategy. The plan's overarching key focus areas and underlining objectives, initiatives, and performance measures allow us to be transparent about our goals, focused on our efforts, and accountable for our results. The fiscal year 24 budget includes these priorities. As we have new members of City Council in our midst today, we will be going into every departmental increase in a little bit more detail. But before I share and I speak to those operational increases in the fiscal year 24 budget, I want to ensure Council that our efforts were focused and intentional, focused on ensuring that each budgetary decision reduces racial disparities and advances equity, intentionally reflects the preferences and priorities of our community, and finally, best supports the City of Raleigh's current operational needs. So we'll go into a little bit more detail. To foster a transparent and nimble organization, the fiscal year 24 budget commits funding for ongoing engagement to continue to understand the needs of the Raleigh community and provides additional funding for the Community Engagement Board. To provide additional leadership to advance equity across the organization and the community, the budget commits an assistant director as well as an inclusive community liaison to develop, lead, and advance issues in the city's differently abled community. To ensure that the City of Raleigh remains competitive the budget commits 3 positions to human resources for a departmental reorganization and provides additional funds to advance competitiveness in compensation and recruitment. Finally, our communications department would also receive funding for a public records management system to comply with all records requirements and practices in accordance with state law. To continue to invest in innovative opportunities around the city, the budget commits 1 position to the Office of Strategy and Innovation and commits to strategic investments in technology to support the fiber backbone of the organization and to support the maintenance of all city-owned devices. The budget also includes enterprise funding for the city's capital project management software known as eBuilder, which remains critical in the implementation of the 2022 Parks Bond. The budget also includes funding to advance community engagement around the budget process. To emphasize continued innovation and accessibility around the city's budget, the budget includes funding for an operating and CIP software. And finally, for continued integrity of our city operations, the budget invests in a cloud-based system to improve audit services provided to the city and its residents. To embrace Raleigh's diverse offerings of arts, parks, and cultural resources, funding is included for software to streamline the coordination of special events within the city. Parks, recreation, and cultural resources will receive a position to oversee the ceramic studios and program at Sertoma and Pullen Art Centers. The budget further commits to equity and public engagement through the provision of public Wi-Fi at over 50 community centers around the city. And these additions to the Parks and Recreation budget are general fund support. Parks will also receive a variety of positions and other operational increases to support the implementation of Year 1 of the 2022 Parks Bond. This includes a landscape architect, a technology specialist, and a fiscal analyst for the implementation and oversight of bond projects. Parks will also receive funding for naming rights and sponsorship opportunities, as well as a variety of other positions for the maintenance and upkeep of Gibson Play Plaza, as well as South Park Heritage Walk. To achieve progress by increasing contact with MWBEs seeking to do business with the city, the fiscal year 24 budget includes the implementation of a disparity study. Funding is also provided for the Public Project Community Support Fund for programs to preserve neighborhood stability and enable businesses to help with neighborhood preservation. Finally, the budget provides additional funding for the Chamber of Commerce to continue to effectively strengthen the economic development presence of the city of Raleigh. To promote a clean and engaged community environment where people feel safe, the fiscal year 24 budget includes 6 telecommunicator positions for the Emergency Communications Center. It also invests in an emergency preparedness and crisis communications capacity building tool and provides upgrades to support 24/7 utilization of the video walls at the Raleigh Wake Emergency Communications Center. For thorough and consistent fire instruction, Raleigh Fire will receive 2 civilian fire instructors, as well as operational increases to meet increasing demand. The budget also proposes Wi-Fi services in fire stations for firefighters and support staff. Finally, all emergency management functions are being strategically realigned with the Raleigh Fire Department. The fiscal year 24 proposed budget includes funding for Raleigh police recruit classes to support a new digitized curriculum for academy recruits and ensures continuing funding and support for the expansion of the city's Acorns program. The city remains committed to creating and preserving and encouraging the development of affordable housing. The fiscal year 24 budget will continue to provide general fund support for the 2022 Affordable Housing Bond, as well as provide funding for the Connect Raleigh series to increase engagement and learning opportunities related to innovative topics such as smart growth, placemaking, civic innovation, and others. To encourage a diverse and vibrant environment that preserves and protects the community's natural resources, the budget includes funding for an assessment of the city's Wilders Grove facility and provides funding for a solid waste services organics feasibility study aimed at reducing waste and increased diversion from landfills citywide. Stormwater will also receive 4 positions to provide critical oversight and meet the city's high standards for stormwater runoff. And finally, to develop an equitable and accessible citywide transportation network for pedestrians, cyclists, automobiles, and transit, the fiscal year 24 budget restores funding for the Federal Transit Administration grant, provides funding for a youth transportation ambassador pilot program to educate and build awareness around sustainable and alternative transportation modes within a specific age group to incite long-term behavior changes in the community. The budget also provides funds to maintain existing infrastructure, continues support for bike share operations in the city of Raleigh, and encourages innovation through the funding of a big data annual license for transportation. This will provide transportation metrics for every roadway in the city, including where people are traveling from and to, by what mode, and at what speed. So this wraps up the operating budget highlights for the fiscal year 24 proposed budget. I will now speak to the City of Raleigh's fiscal year 24 capital budget, which continues our strategic alignment with community priorities. The city's capital improvement program is organized using the elements of housing, transportation, parks, recreation, and cultural resources, general public improvements, or GPI, and technology, along with enterprise elements to include Raleigh Water, Stormwater, and the Convention Center Performing Arts Complex. Last month, we came forward to Council with details related to the enterprise elements, and we'll be discussing the other elements related to the city's top priorities today. The City of Raleigh's fiscal year 2024 capital budget is $490 million. The total 5-year capital improvement plan, or CIP, being $1.7 billion. Raleigh Water is the largest portion of the city's capital budget, followed by public improvements to include the maintenance and construction of general government public safety facilities and infrastructure, as well as economic development projects, followed by transportation to address major street infrastructure and maintenance. The fiscal year 24 proposed capital budget for affordable housing development includes $24.4 million. This is for transit-oriented site acquisition, public-private partnerships, owner-occupied home rehab, as well as down payment assistance. The budget continues the commitment of a penny dedicated to affordable housing in the amount of $7.9 million. This city commitment will continue to grow over the life of the 5-year capital improvement plan and will be impacted by Wake County's property tax revaluation set for 2024. The capital budget for transportation includes over $95 million. The majority of this is for the Wake Transit Plan, but commitments in the fiscal year 24 budget for transportation include bridge inspections, sidewalk trip hazard repairs, commitments to the city's Vision Zero Spot Safety Program, as well as traffic signal install and other upgrades. The budget continues as well the commitment of a penny dedicated to street resurfacing and pavement preservation. The fiscal year 24 CIP includes a 3rd year of an additional penny dedicated to ongoing parks and greenway maintenance and development to address our growing needs, and major projects are shown in the slide here, as you can see, including greenway improvements, park facility maintenance projects, and other improvements. Along with projects made possible through the dedication of a penny specifically for parks, the budget includes projects related to the implementation of year 1 of the 2022 Parks Bond. We had a work session on May 9th where we dedicated a lot of time and effort to speak to this. Stephen Bentley did a fantastic job, so I'm not going to go into this since he's the expert, but you are more than welcome to, refer to the information that he shared. So for general public improvements, the budget again includes targeted investments and funding for impact partner grants to support business initiatives advancing innovative economic development strategies that align with the city's strategic plan. It also includes funding for the city's 2030 comprehensive plan, investments in green infrastructure to include solar as well as electric vehicles for the city's fleet. We are also funding the compensation study that I talked about a little while ago for our employees in the GPI for the CIP for about $300,000. And we are also including funding for debt capacity for public safety buildings that we anticipate coming online. And to continue our commitment to efficiency and innovation, this year we were able to provide funding for the city's technological infrastructure and major business system projects. So the capital budget for fiscal year 24 includes funding to support a multi-year update to the city's critical disaster recovery systems and funding to replace the city's enterprise solution for agenda and meeting management to support boards and commissions, city council, and other committees in response to the steady increase in development activity in the city of Raleigh. This budget includes technological enhancements for planning and development's permitting and inspection scheduling program. Funding is also included to support the implementation of a badge reader technology that will provide metrics of vehicle use by city employees. So I know I've shared a lot of information, but I do have a little bit more, so please bear with me. As part of the fiscal year 24 proposed budget process, Budget and Management Services received 4 budget notes from City Council. We are happy to say that 3 of these budget notes related to Wake County Legal Support Center funding, fire station Wi-Fi, as well as a composting study were all satisfied by operational priorities in the fiscal year 24 proposed budget. And all remaining budget notes will be shared with City Council during our work sessions that commence on June 5th, next month. So as I said, Berg's budget work session will begin on June 5th, so Mondays at 4 p.m. with the exception of course, June 19th, which happens to be Juneteenth. There's also a public budget hearing scheduled for 7 p.m. on June 6th. And last but not least, I want to end by giving a huge thank you to Raleigh residents for lending their voice to our budget process. I also wanted to thank all of you, City Council, Mayor, City Manager, for being so open and encouraging in this new budget process. Special thanks to our partners in finance who worked on revenue projections with us. And of course, a huge shout out to communications who helped develop a lot of these new cool and flashy items that you have with you today. And before I stop talking, I have to give a massive shout out to my team. I am so grateful for you all sitting right behind me, and I really appreciate all of your hard work. I'm not going to get emotional. This is my first budget with the City of Raleigh, and none of this would be possible without these dynamic folks right behind me. So all of you, can you please just stand up? And I'm going to embarrass you all, but please stand up. I want you guys to take a bow. So we did it, 1 down and many more to go. So thank you. I know I talked a lot, but now I'm ready for questions if you have any.
How do you have any energy for questions?
You know, I'm a very peppy person, so I'm ready. And this is what I live for, so let's do it.
The most exciting day of the year, right?
It really is.
Thank you. We'll start with Councilor Melton.
Yeah, I need to spend some time absorbing this, so I'm
Absolutely.
sure I'll have more questions later. But one thing I noticed was I had sort of the start of this term asked for ways we could come up with like an e-bike rebate program for the city and potential funding. I wasn't specific about it being a budget note, but I don't see it listed here as a budget note. So I'm just wanting to make sure that it's still on the radar somewhere. And if it's not a budget note issue, maybe we can find some other way to look at that.
Okay, we'll do that. Councilmember, thank you.
Councilmember Jones.
During our retreat session, we talked a lot about what we're going to do for community engagement in regards to replacing the CACs. And I just want to make sure, I know that this is just an overview over what we're doing for that department, but as we look to re-engage the community and start to put together public meetings and all that, is that included in this budget? Is that in here?
Yes. So when we are adding, as you saw in the presentation, we are definitely adding funds to increase community engagement as part of the budget process. We're committing committing around $15,000. So that will involve, making sure, and I shared this, that, we are planning to move up our engagement process, so it's going to be happening now in the fall. Our goal is to engage as many folks as possible. As for the CACs, Marshall, did you want to take that part of the...
So we, to enhance our community engagement efforts, we've included 2 new positions. You will recall when Ms. Hinton asked for those at the retreat in our menu of options. So she didn't get 3, she got 2. And as part of that work, there's some additional funding to do some additional outreach and engagement. There's no funds in place to reinstate the CACs. I think what we agreed to was trying to evaluate where we are and how do we get to that next step. And then you guys, we can bring something back and you all will make a decision at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Councilmember Patton?
I have some. A couple things I'd like to hear more about. One, I have been watching the growth on the corner of Forestville and Buffalo really closely since taking office, and we've approved a lot of annexations with delayed effective dates, knowing that an addition of a ladder company nearby would mitigate some fire response time issues, and I didn't see the funding of a ladder truck and company listed here. Could you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. So,
go ahead.
You are correct. We don't have funding for a ladder company. We have increased fire's budget for operational increases, also right-sized their overtime budget. I think it is my understanding that the deputy city manager is working with our fire chief to ensure that, as we grow as a city, we have a lot of annexations happening, that those facilities, when they do come online, are in the appropriate region. So there is some discussion happening in that area. And Marshall, did you want to?
Sure, go ahead and finish your sentence. And
No,
then
I'm good.
Okay. So to answer your question, Councilmember Patton, she is absolutely correct. Deputy Manager Tansy Hayward is working with staff, and we're going to bring forward a facilitated effort of what facilities, short-term and long-term, might look like, as opposed to making periodic or just one-offs. We're looking at it holistically to look at the growth patterns and the trends that we're currently experiencing, what projects are in the queue, what annexations have been approved by you guys, and then bringing forward a recommendation in the upcoming budgets as to what that will look like. So yes, we're doing it, but we're doing it strategically to make sure that as we look at ISO ratings and look at service response areas, that we're doing it not just in response to the annexations, but more intentional to maintain our high rating for insurance coverage.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good question.
I also really wanted to shout out the 3% contribution and moving away from the employee match on the 401k. So I think that's tops. I just wanted to shout that out. I think that's great. I wondered if we could hear more about the Chamber of Commerce funding that was listed under Housing and Neighborhoods.
Yes. So you're all aware of the fantastic efforts that the Chamber of Commerce provides for us. This year, as part of the budget process, the Chamber of Commerce did approach us to increase their funding since they are doing more work for the city of Raleigh, and for them to continue to do that, they put forward a proposal, and we were happy to fund it as part of this year's budget process.
So for your benefit, Councilmember Patton, last year we transitioned from an internal staff department of economic development, and we partnered and transferred those activities and efforts over to the Raleigh Chamber of Commerce. As we have continued to build out that program and that scope of work continues to expand as the activity and development trends and patterns continue to elevate in Raleigh, there's been some experiences that have increased beyond what we're currently paying for. So this is just an opportunity to right-size what we're currently paying the Chamber of Commerce for, so that they can continue to manage and direct our economic development efforts. And I will say that it is definitely at a premium, and it is more efficiently from a cost perspective than what we could do in-house.
Any other questions? Councilmember Harrison?
Thank you so much, Sadia, for this. This is really exciting. I'm very impressed. A balanced budget at this level is no joke. Some folks in Congress, they're not good at that. So I just wanted to shout out a few of the items, the surprises that we got to see today that were exciting. The 2 new positions for the Office of Community Engagement, those are going to be really vital, I know. Funding for the Community Engagement Board, our Public Project Community Support Fund, the new telecommunication positions. Those are critical for emergency communications. Very excited about the organic feasibility study to look at what we can do with residential composting. I also wanted to note the Acorns program expansion. I'm looking forward to additional opportunities as we move along to provide, social worker units, downtown ambassadors, so that everyone has some of the wraparound social services that we need. And I did just want to echo Councilmember Melton on the e-bike program. I'd like to hear more about that. And then also meeting space for the CACs. I want to ensure that the individual groups are able to meet in the park community centers that are closest to them. And so I don't know if that has a budget aspect to it, but that has been just a point that I want to make sure that we take care of as soon as possible. Thank you.
Sure, we can follow up on that. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, that was a lot.
Yes, it was.
It was very well done. And I just want to say thank you for your efforts. I think this is the 14th city budget that I have been involved with, and it is, it's kind of miraculous, the work that gets done. So very much appreciated, and I really think, well, you outlined, Councilor Harrison, a lot of the highlights, but I also think supporting public safety efforts is a really important piece of this as well. And so thank you for bringing that forward.
You are so welcome. Thank you all.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
And one last component of my report, and I promise I will stop talking. When I listed the employees of the year, I failed to recognize the Elizabeth Bass Customer Service Award Employees of the Year. And many of you all will remember Elizabeth Bass. Her main job was keeping all of us straight, literally. She was the executive management coordinator in the city manager's office, and she passed away a few years ago, and she embodied everything customer service, and she made each of us better every single day by showing up. And so this year's recipients are Carrie Beaver from Transportation and Deborah Huston from Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources. So let's please acknowledge them as well. So with that, I promise that concludes my report.
Okay. Lots of good things there. Lots of very positive things. Okay, now we have matters scheduled for public hearing. Thank you for your patience as you've waited for the public hearing process to begin. Our first item is, let's see, 2628 Inman Drive, unfit for human habitation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Bryce Abernathy, Housing and Neighborhoods Code Enforcement. I am bringing you 2628 Inman Drive to you today. I'll be asking you to adopt a unfit for human habitation ordinance. This property is currently vacant. The owner did live into it on and off up until December of 2022. We first got involved with it in about mid-2021, and it was just missing some siding and stuff on the front of the house, and progressively it's gotten worse and worse and worse, which kind of leads us to where we're at today. That is the current state of the property. These pictures were taken in March of this year. So the front side of the house has been removed, the back side of the house has been removed, all the way back where what you're seeing right there are wall studs and the back of drywall. It's been covered up with tarps. It's still getting wet. There's a lot of deterioration going. There is several areas where load-bearing walls have been kind of taken out and temporary supports put in. Again, that's on the back side of the house. Pieces of the framing cut and not supported, not sewn back together. Here is under the house where you see some of those temporary supports that have been put in place. On the inside, there are a lot of issues going on the inside as well. More exposed framing and load-bearing walls taken out, temporary supports. All of those are going to require a structural engineer to come in and say what needs to be fixed and how to fix it. Unsanitary conditions. There were some electrical violations, but the electrical system is protected at the moment. So that's kind of where we're at. I will say that the owner did text me just as this meeting was starting, asking for a delay. Not to dismiss her concerns and your option to delay this, but staff's recommendation will continue to be the same, that the unfit for human habitation ordinance be adopted.
May I ask you, nobody can be living there?
She was on and off until December of 2022.
Wow. Councilmember Fort?
Did she give a reason in terms of why she was requesting the delay? And I guess
She
it's
did
after
not.
second question. Is she doing like a renovation or something?
Well, I think it started off as maybe a repair, and then it kind of escalated from there, and I'm not sure what the reasoning was behind why it stopped, or I don't know the reasoning behind that.
And what was her rationale for wanting a delay when she sent you the text today? Did she say?
She was having car issues of some sort. Inspectors were having a lot of these kind of issues when trying to schedule times to meet her on site. There was kind of always something that was coming up, and we've rescheduled dozens of times.
So she was planning to come today? Is that what you?
She did not sign up.
She did not sign up to speak, no.
Councilmember Black?
Can you remind me again what happens with unfit for human habitation? Like, if we say, okay, it's unfit for human habitation, does that mean that this property cannot then go through the process of like being revitalized?
No, it can still be fixed. The unfit for human habitation ordinance solely means that they can't live there. We'll post a placard on the front that says unfit for human habitation. It's already on a list that our inspectors go by and check once a month to make sure that it's secured and nobody's living there.
So then, if they or whoever is able to revitalize the property, will we ever be able to go through the process of being refit for human?
It can be fixed.
What's that process like?
So I'll come back. We let these properties can go vacant and closed for about a year. So that was December of 22. So I would bring this back in December of 23.
Okay.
And I would ask council to adopt a 90-day repair demolish ordinance at that point. But the owner can start those repairs, pull permits, and start those repairs. There's nothing impeding her from doing that.
Okay. Thank you.
Cool. Couple questions for me. This is in my district. So do we know that the resident is stably housed?
The last time that I had really good communication with her, she was in a hotel.
Okay. Got it. And then to kind of piggyback, make sure I carefully understand what you're saying. So if we declare this unfit for human habitation right now, which I agree it is, I don't want anyone to be living there. It could sit in this state until you return to us in December.
Correct.
And then in December, we would take action that in 90 days from that time, it could be repaired or demolished by the city?
Correct. We would demolish it after the 90 days. That's essentially saying that, giving the owner the option, hey, you have 90 days to repair or demolish the structure.
Okay. And would we resume ownership of the
No,
property?
ma'am. It would come back to council, and we would adopt a lien on the property for the costs incurred for the demo.
Got it. Okay. Got it. That was all leading me to a follow-up question, which is that in speaking with some of the residents nearby, it sounds like some of them have been a little bit affected by like pest infestations here, that there might be like chewed wires and other things on the exterior of their home. I guess I'm wondering if there's any sort of recompense for any affected neighbors?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
And just FYI, I went by and looked at it yesterday, and the yard is not being kept up either, and we'll start a public nuisance case on the yard so we can at least get the grass cut and things like that picked up.
Okay, cool. Awesome. And then one last question I had, not directly related to this case, is that I did have, my heart breaks a little bit when we put these pictures of people's sensitive properties out so publicly. Has there been ever been any discussion about not including these images in the agenda materials or anything like that?
There really hasn't. It's always been the best way to illustrate and for me to show you guys what shape the property is in and kind of show the full story.
Mm-hmm.
Not to say that there's not another method that we can discuss and for future.
I might ask if your team could noodle on some opportunities, some way that we can get the information we need without necessarily
Yeah, that's kind of why I stopped right here at this particular slide.
I appreciate you. Yeah, all right. If there's no other.
I just want to say this is a public hearing, so if there's information shared with us, it's public. I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes I don't know what the legality would be.
Yeah. Maybe you can look into other options?
Yes, and if we're having a public hearing, then it's appropriate to have some evidence that's offered to justify the ultimate resolution that's enacted. And so it would be necessary for either there to be testimony or discussions by our inspections department explaining, but typically to illustrate the nature of the violation, it's necessary to have some photographs.
Mm-hmm. Are there
any other questions? Okay, no one has signed up in support or opposition, so I am going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I move to adopt the ordinance prohibiting occupancy until the repairs are made.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous.
Thank you.
Next is petition annexation AX 123. No one has signed up in support or opposition.
Hello. Good afternoon. Christopher Golden with Planning and Development. The first annexation of several that you have before you today is contiguous and inside the ETJ. This is at 7624 Pinecrest, and this is a pre-existing single-family home. It's R4 zoning. It's just a little over half an acre, and it is located about it's about a little over half an acre. This the property owner is looking to connect to the sewer system for this. They already have city water. If it were annexed today, it would be brought into the boundaries of Council District E, and there is sewer adjacent to the property. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve the annexation of 7624 Pinecrest Road.
Second. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous.
Thank you.
Next is petition annexation AX 223.
Thank you. This is also similar. This is located at 2508 Prince Drive. It's also a little over a half an acre. It is a pre-existing single-family home. Its zoning is R1. It's in the Swift Creek Protection Overlay District, classified as new urban. So it's a pre-existing house. It's about 1,000 feet from the border of Cary. This is similar to items the council has seen in previous meetings. It is an area of known service consideration and fire. However, I will add that it is fairly close to other fire stations, namely about 1,000 feet from the Swift Creek. So chances are, if in terms of first responder practices, there is a fire station very, very close to this property. So they are looking to connect to water and sewer. And if they are annexed into the city today, they'll be brought into the boundaries of Council District D, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions? Okay, again, no one has signed up in support or opposition. I will open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have petition annexation AX 323.
Thank you. So this, again, contiguous inside the ETJ. It's located at 7425 Buffalo Road. The property owner is proposing a mix of apartments. It's residential, so apartments, single-family homes, and townhomes, totaling about 376 units. There is an approved subdivision plan for this property and an approved site plan. So this is an area of known service consideration as well, being outside those NFPA standard response times. I will note this is directly across the street, two recent annexations that have a delayed effective date of about a year out, mainly the public site and a residential site that is just to the south, adjacent to that freeway. They are looking to connect to water and sewer at this time, and if brought into the city limits today, they would be brought into Council District B. It is a split zoned R10 conditional use and RX3 conditional use as well. More than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, any questions for staff? All right, someone has signed up to speak in support. No one has signed up in opposition. So I will open the hearing. Is Samuel Morris here?
Thank you, Mayor Baldwin, members of council. My name is Samuel Morris with Longleaf Law Partners, 4509 Creedmoor Road, Suite 302, here on behalf of the applicant and property owner, Fifth Oak Development, LLC. As you just heard, we are requesting annexation of the 53.71 acre property located at 7425 Buffalo Road in Northeast Raleigh. This property is located on the northern portion of Buffalo Road between 540 and Forestville Road. As you can see from this map as well, there are a number of properties in the surrounding area that have been annexed in the past. As you also heard recently, however, there has been the fire response time issue identified in this area, and therefore for particularly the property located directly to the south on Buffalo Road, you all did approve the annexation with a delayed effective date of June 30, 2024. With an additional allowance for the property owner to connect to water and sewer to keep the development and inspection process moving in the ordinary course until that time. The owner of 7425 Buffalo Road understands the city's reasoning for that and simply asks that this annexation case be approached in the same way. The property owner strongly believes that there will be improved connectivity and roadway improvements associated with this development, as well as others in the area that will lead to lower traffic travel times and emergency response times generally. And additionally, the development will provide a key connection from Buffalo Road up to the Landover subdivision to the north, which is already within the city's corporate jurisdiction. I will quickly, just in support of our request, run through the development plans for the property and some of the public benefits that are expected to come as a result. The property was rezoned back in 2021 based on our conversations with the city and with neighbors. During that rezoning process, the split designation of R10, RX3 was chosen to allow for a mix of different housing types on the property. And there were also a number of conditions included as part of that rezoning case. Among those are a 30-foot buffer located along the northwestern portion of the property, a 25% minimum open space requirement for the R10 portion of the property, as well as a 30-foot buffer located where the property abuts William and Mary Drive down on the southeastern portion. And those are in addition to the SHOD 1 designation, which requires a protective yard allowing 540, and there are also TCA areas located along Buffalo Road. So substantial buffering and vegetation were included as part of this rezoning. So here's just a kind of quick color rendering to show the breakdown of different housing types. As you heard, we'll have townhouses, cottages, duplex, and multifamily, all kind of in the same area and included as part of the same development. And that 388 number, that is incorrect. The 376 number you heard, that's the updated number. That is the proposed number of units on the property. Again, split between towns, cottages, apartments, and then there's a couple duplexes developments as well. And you can also see the vegetated areas along, again, that northwestern portion. as well as the TC Air areas located along Buffalo Road. So pretty much a full perimeter of buffered vegetation. And finally, I'll point out too that you can see there's pretty expansive internal road network, but ultimately the connection from Buffalo Road is being made up on that northern portion up here to the Landover subdivision, making it easier to get to that subdivision from Buffalo Road. Here's just a quick, some quick conceptual renderings of the types of buildings that you're going to see as part of this development, consistent with the city's policies on mixing building types, placemaking, etc. Here you can see there's a healthy amount of development going on in this area. The Fifth Oak property is located directly across from the new Publix anchored shopping center, as well as those recently approved annexation case, which is the Buffalo Road Apartments. There will be a new signalized intersection connecting our site to Buffalo Road, and then also connecting the site directly across Buffalo Road to the Publix and surrounding shopping center, allowing residents to access it directly without having to get on Buffalo Road. And so overall, this development and the surrounding developments will provide easier access to grocery stores, restaurants, other commercial options that will decrease the requirement for long-distance travel that you currently have in the area. Perhaps the most substantial public benefit that's going to be coming with this development and some of the others are the public road improvements. There'll be a new signalized intersection, again, giving access along Buffalo Road and cross-access to the Publix shopping center, that Landover Ridge extension from Buffalo Road all the way up to that Landover subdivision. And we'll be widening Buffalo Road on our portion of the property. We'll be widening some portions of Forestville Road, as well as adding some intersections to that Forestville-Buffalo Road intersection. And of course, there will also be a 12-foot multi-use path along the entire frontage of Buffalo Road. Here's a kind of snapshot of the roadway improvements. There will be two signalized intersections. Again, one accessing the property, and then the existing Buffalo Road, Forestville Road intersection. There's that 12-foot multi-use path just outside the property line. This portion of Buffalo Road will effectively have its capacity doubled. Currently, you see one lane going in each direction, and it splits into two turn lanes. That will be, with the dedication and improvements associated with these developments, that'll effectively be doubled. So you'll have 2 lanes in each direction, splitting into 3 turn lanes. And there will also be some widening up on Forestville Road as well, kind of off-site over here. The result is that the Buffalo Road and Forestville Road intersection will be improved to an acceptable level of service. There's a projected 163-second reduction in delay for AM and 45-second reduction in delay for PM peak hour. And the result is that we think a new traffic signal, new roadway expansions, turn lanes, that Landover Ridge extension will collectively create a better circulation kind of environment and lower traffic times for both ordinary drivers and emergency vehicles alike. And for those reasons, we respectfully request that this property be annexed under those same conditions as AX 423, and happy to take any questions you have. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
I have one quick question for staff. Thank you for the presentation. Especially appreciate you highlighting some of the public benefits that were included in the rezoning, since that was before our time. My question for staff, there was a question from the applicant around the tap fees. I know that if we annex with the delayed effective date and give them permission to hook up to water and sewer, they'll pay double rates. There was a question from the applicant about if the tap fees themselves are doubled, or if it's just the usage.
I can't answer that, actually. If someone from Public Utilities here can answer that. It is my understanding that the double rates apply to just the billing, but I cannot confirm that 100%. Okay. So.
Do we have any colleagues here who can confirm that?
Yep.
Nope.
if the tap fees are double as well. So, yeah, I'm not sure. So, yeah. Go ahead.
Just the rate, the tap fee does not double per Whitwheeler.
Okay. Perfect.
Thank you. Confirms what I thought, but
Excellent. Thank
per
you.
different source. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
Madam.
All right, if my colleagues have no other questions, then I'll move to approve with a delayed effective date of June 3rd.
I got to close the hearing.
Sorry.
Okay,
Close
if
it on
if you're ready, I'm closing the hearing. Go.
All right, I motion to approve this annexation with the delayed effective date of June 2024, with permission for the applicant to hook up to water and sewer in the meantime.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have petition annexation AX 523. Again, no one has signed up in support or opposition.
Thank you. So this is an assemblage of various parcels in the 5,900 and 6,000 block of Rock Quarry Road. It is zoned R4 and R6, so it has a bit of a split zoning there. The developer is looking to build 102 units of single-family housing. There's an approved subdivision plan on this property. So this is also located in an area of known service consideration for fire. Details are in the packet. If it is brought into city limits today, it'll be brought into the boundaries of District C. There is water and sewer directly to the site, and they are looking to hook up to water and sewer to move this development forward. And I'm here to answer any questions if you have them. So,
Do we have any questions?
Just one for staff. This property is surrounded basically by
single-family
Raleigh.
homes, yeah, to the south and to the east. Let's see, if
Well, my question is,
yeah.
all of that property is already in the city limits, correct?
Correct. It's contiguous on all sides by city limits, and then to the north you've got Barwell Park, which is city-owned park essentially. So, and you can see the site there, some of the zoning, some of the topography there, so you can see some of the building footprints. You're looking at single-family homes within city limits, correct? So,
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval of annexation.
All in favor? Aye. That was unanimous. Thank you.
thank you.
All right, next we have rezoning Z4122 on Old Mill Burney Road.
Yes, good afternoon. Hannah Recca, Planning and Development. So the hearing for this item is open. It comes back to you with revised zoning conditions, specifically addition of one new condition would require a contribution of $40,000 to Raleigh Fire to go towards a new fire station in the area. So that's the current status of the case. And then just a reminder, it is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and future land use map. So approval would amend the map from low-scale residential to medium-scale residential. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Do we have any questions? This is a resuming the public hearing. There were conditions added to this. No one has signed up in opposition. So if there's no questions, I'm going to close the hearing. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Oh, we have people signed up in support.
I'm sorry, what?
We have people signed up to speak in support.
They've already submitted their conditions and whatnot. If we're ready, if you don't have any questions and you're ready to go.
Okay. All right, cool. Well then, in that case, I appreciate the way that applicant has offered money toward contribution toward the future fire service in this area. It's really important to me that we continue to deliver that high quality service, and I appreciate that we can be in that or share that goal together. I would typically not be in support of a apartment complex out here in the middle of the hinterlands, as Councilmember Harrison refers to them. But I think directly across the street is a master plan development in Nightdale that will have amenities. And so for that reason, I feel okay moving against the future land use map in this case. And so with that, let me get to the language. I moved to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 16th, 2023, dated in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have petition annexation AX 2122.
Yes, ma'am. This item and the next two are all in reference to the same parcel on Oak Hill Drive. The request is to annex the 26.22 acre parcel there and rezone it from manufactured housing to R6 with conditions. You do need to hold separate public hearings and take 3 separate actions, but I imagine you would want to understand your plan for all 3 before you voted on any of them. So I'm going to talk about the rezoning and the annexation. There are folks here from Parks to talk about the development agreement that has been offered by the applicant, and then you can take care of business. So Planning Commission recommended approval here. As I mentioned, there's a concurrent annexation that goes with the rezoning here, as well as a development agreement. So the parcel in question here is outlined with the heavy black line. The city owns in the elbow of the L is property owned by the city for future park use. So there's that aerial view of the site. There are a handful. It's been a while since we've talked about this case. It's been on your agenda for several months now. So you have conditions here. They're prohibiting apartments and civic buildings, limiting themselves to no more than 230 units, requiring a front-loaded garage, and that townhouses be at least 1,800 square feet, that they have to have overhanging gable roofs, and also some requirements around exterior siding and roof pitch. Also some window requirements and articulation requirements, as well as some window and door openings on rear facade requirements as well. So this is consistent with the plan. Part of the reason we've been talking about this for so long is that there is a fire ladder response issue here. The annexation would expand the existing service issue. It would not create a new issue. Water and sewer are unavailable to the not available directly to the site, so the property owner would be responsible for developing that. So you can see here the infrastructure is in Forestville and Buffalo Road, and this is doesn't have frontage there. If you don't annex, Raleigh development regulations still apply. They would need annexation to access water and sewer in combination. They can still connect to city utilities, as we just talked about, double rates, but no tax collected in that scenario. And then I really want to go and talk about the recommended action. I just want to call this out for you, the recommended action related to the rezoning in the agenda this afternoon. So what is set up here is a situation where if you act on the case, the rezoning ordinance would be take effect only once the development agreement is executed and recorded by the applicant. And so what this is, and if they do not take action with a certain amount of time, then this would come back to you again for a second reading. You would have another opportunity to act at that point. And so what this sets up is a situation where the person who is considering buying the property and has this vision for townhouses and is willing to support the development agreement is a different person than the person who currently owns the property. And so in the event that the sale doesn't happen and the new owner then wouldn't really want to support the development agreement because he wasn't going to get the townhouse project, right? We're setting up a situation where there's some flexibility for you all in terms of your action. So I just wanted to call that out, make sure you understood. Frankly, the city attorney could probably much more capable to answer your questions about the ins and outs of that, but I just wanted to call out it's a little bit unusual and wanted to make sure you understood, had noticed that that was different than usual. So that concludes my remarks on annexation and rezoning. Call up my friends to talk about the development agreement. Unless you have questions before that.
Have any questions?
Okay, great.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. TJ McCourt from the Park Restoration and Cultural Resources Department. Concurrent with this rezoning, staff have negotiated with the applicants on a development agreement that would have the developer donate $600,000 to the city toward the master planning, design, and implementation of a master plan at Forestville Road Park. This is an undeveloped park property we have. It's about 25 acres adjacent to the rezoning site. Under the terms of the agreement, the donation would be due at the time of building permit issuance, and it would give the city 5 years to accomplish that master plan, which we believe that gives us plenty of capacity.
Okay. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. No one has, this is a continuation of the hearing, but no one has signed up to speak in support or opposition for the annexation. And Andy Mills is here, I guess, representing the applicant as part of the rezoning. So I'm going to open up the annexation hearing. Again, no one's here to speak in support or opposition. Any questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then.
Awesome. This one is just down the road from the one that we just did, so I'm going to treat it in the same way. I'm going to move to approve the annexation with a delayed effective date of June 30th, 2024, with permission for the applicant to hook up to water and sewer in the meantime.
Okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those unanimous, thank you. And then we have rezoning Z38 following this. Again, no one has signed up in opposition. I'm going to open the... I don't see you on here, Larry. This is Oak Hill Drive.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, I got 413 now.
Oak Hill Drive. Any questions on this? Is Andy here? Yeah, Andy, do you want to say a few words? There's no questions, so...
Yes. Well, I just wanted to let you know I was here. Had any questions? I know we've been working on this here for a while. Last October, we were approved by planning as a straight zoning. But in the meantime, when we started asking questions about the adjacent park property, understood that there was no type of budget in place for that, which, you know, with our property being right adjacent, bringing in residents who would love to have a park adjacent to them, working with staff and council members, we decided that we would put together something on our side for the developer to kind of help get this jump started. In doing that, we found out, well, we had to kind of go back to the drawing board and do a conditional use, because with that, we wanted to not just do a straight condition donation to the park. We wanted to make sure our money went directly to this piece of property. So hence, that's how we got to the developer agreement. Working with city legal counsel, they were great. Then a couple of weeks ago, it came up, the property owner, which we're on a contract with, was a little concerned that a rezoning was going to be tying them to this donation. Went back to council, and they came up with a solution. And we met with the property owner. The attorneys have talked to them. Everyone's on board. And so with that, we're ready to move forward. And if you have any questions at all, I'm here.
Do we have any questions? Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the hearing then.
Awesome. I just want to thank you, Mr. Mills. I know we've been at this for a while, but I want to thank you for being interested in bringing the park online. And I think that's going to be a tremendous public good for your residents, and also the many, many residents who are being added to the area and who are already living in the area. So with that, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 16th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous again. And next, we have the Forestville Road Park Property Development Agreement, which is part of this. Again, no one has signed up in opposition, so I'm going to open the hearing. Are there any questions?
Just comments for staff.
I'm sorry.
Just comments for staff. In reading back over the pre-assessment document that y'all sent me so many months ago when we began this process, I did take note that, and it was probably true at the time this was written, it mentions there's only 125 residents living within walking distance of this park, and also kind of makes an allusion that there are other playgrounds and other types of amenities that might, in nearby parks, that might not need to be replicated. But as I've been following closely in the last few months, there are many units set to come online in this area, many. And so I would just ask that we please revisit some of that and consider that something like a playground would be really appropriate at this park.
Absolutely. Comments received. Yeah, that pre-development assessment plan was developed over the last 2 years prior to a lot of the annexation and development activity we've seen. Those actually are part of a pre-scheduled kind of annual update process. We do that with our pre-development assessment plans every year. So when we do that update, we will definitely acknowledge all of the development activity in this area and the demand that it'll place on the parks. Thank you.
Awesome. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then.
Cool. Awesome. Well, I'm super excited to bring online this park that otherwise wouldn't have been programmed for probably another decade. And so without further delay, I move to approve the Forestville Road Property Development Agreement.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z4722 on Computer Drive.
Yes, this is a request to rezone a little over 4.5 acres from OX3 with SHOD 1 and SHOD 2 to OX12 conditional use with just SHOD 2. So this site is 2924 Computer Drive. It is one of a few properties. It's part of a office park development zoned OX3. It is located just south of I-440. And as you can see, it has a small frontage on Barrett Drive near where it becomes Computer Drive and is currently undeveloped. And then also wanted to point out Waketown Drive to the south, right of way, comes out to the property. Some more context on the site. Big Branch Creek runs through it, sort of north and south, and there's a significant amount of floodplain on the property, so a majority of what is buildable is in the southeastern part of the site. And then, as you might remember, the Midtown Multimodal Bridge also impacts this site. So the extension of Waketown Drive and bridge crossing I-440 are in a sort of similar place to that floodplain. So again, the buildable area is really on the southeast part of the site. And here's a view of what it currently looks like. So there are a number of zoning conditions proposed. They're limiting the maximum building height to 8 stories, prohibiting some uses that would normally be allowed in OX, capping office use and retail sales use. And then there's a set of conditions that speak to urban form and frontage. So not less than 50% of that frontage on a new right-of-way that would be constructed on the site within 100 feet. And then how much parking is allowed in front of the building and pedestrian entrances. So overall, we have maintaining the base zoning district, an increase in height, which is going to increase the maximum number of residential uses and entitlement, with the exception of office and retail, which are capped by the zoning conditions. So the site is designated on the future land use map, office and residential mixed use. OX is in line with that. However, the request is for height beyond what is recommended. Future land use map recommends up to 7 stories, and this would allow 1 additional story. And then there are a few designations on the urban form map. It's in a city growth center and then a parkway corridor along I-440. The SHOD, application of the SHOD is consistent with the parkway corridor, and then the zoning conditions that are offered are approximate a parking limited frontage, and so it's consistent with that guidance as well. The request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan overall. Here are some of the consistent policies, And then the inconsistent policies, I'll highlight the future land use map again, and then a set of policies in the Midtown St. Albans area specific guidance section. Specifically, I'll point to APMT 11 Midtown zoning consistency, which states that rezoning requests should be in line with the height guidance included in that section, which would recommend no more than 5 stories. And if it's not, it should be deemed inconsistent overall. So that's some background on the consistency finding there. And then Planning Commission voted for approval 6-1, and like with last case, it is inconsistent with the future land use map, so an amendment would happen if the requests were approved, and in this case, that would be to community mixed use. So with that, I can answer any questions you have.
Okay, Councilmember Fort.
One quick question. The one dissenting vote for the Planning Commission, what was that based on?
That was a commissioner who wanted to see an urban frontage applied. So they offered some zoning conditions that are similar to what would be considered a hybrid frontage, and there was just an interest in seeing a more urban approach there.
Councilmember Melton.
I may have just answered my own question, but what is the base zoning now before rezoning?
OX, it is not changing.
It doesn't allow any housing right now.
No, it does.
It does allow.
Yes,
But
OX
it's 3
allow
stories.
up to 3 stories. That's
Okay,
right.
Thanks.
Councilmember Jones.
Can you help me with the floodplain? I know that goes along that creek, but there's another little waterway that doesn't affect the floodplain. It's just that one area on the northwest side. Where is the?
Did you want to answer?
I'm debating whether I want to mark on the map or not. So this area here, is that the one? Yep. So that's not a regulated floodplain, either FEMA or through our flood-prone soils. It still could be a noose buffer stream, which I would have to verify at permitting, and if it is, that would have a 50-foot buffer on each side of it, but they would just have to verify that at permitting.
Now, in relation to because that's exactly where they can build, right, in that area.
Correct.
Would that affect? I mean, that would definitely affect.
Yeah, no, that would definitely affect it. Okay. I mean, and normally from the state standpoint with the Neuse River buffer rules, they won't use a buffer to keep you from getting access to your property, so they'll allow some sort of access to the property through that buffer normally. I mean, I don't want to speak because I don't work for the state, but that's normally how they go.
Sure. So I'm just confirming that the floodplain that was registered, the issues are on that creek portion, which when we put the multimodal bridge and we take
Correct.
over, that's not going to affect their building.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. There will be 8 minutes per side. Molly Stewart is here representing the applicant.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group. I have with me here today Hunter Defus as well as Gabe Goloff from Atlas Stark, the applicant in this case, in case we have questions for them. I'd like to jump in and begin with some of the background on the need for this request. So this site is sort of a linchpin in this island that exists within the city that really only connects to Six Forks Road and is otherwise cut off from its adjacent neighborhoods. The change in zoning is really driven by the street plan, and what you see here on your screen is the old version of the street plan. So 2 things that you see here. You see a required connection of Waketown Drive across over to Barrett Drive, as well as the multimodal bridge crossing 440 off-site as of a couple of weeks ago. Now, let me just get rid of that. Okay, so this is the Midtown Area Plan, and you see in this plan, this reflects that same location for the bridge crossing I-440, and here it crosses an area in blue that is designated for heights up to 20 stories. And that one thing we've learned is that bridge will enter the property or exit the I-440 right-of-way at about 40 feet in height. So that relationship is important to what it's coming into when on the other side of the highway. The site is there, sort of roughly outlined in red there, and that is in an area designated for 5 stories in the Midtown Area Plan, immediately next to the 20-story area. And so when the street plan was updated to bring that bridge right through the site into that Waketown Drive connection, it brings that 40-foot high bridge onto this site that's designated for 5 stories. So that is really what's driving this request. The intent is to build a residential building, and at this height, many of the residences would be looking at the bridge supports. The 8-story request was actually originally filed at 7 stories, and as we learned more about the bridge height, we learned that to make a balanced building, to get enough parking to get the residents up above the bridge, we needed the 8 stories. So it's really being pushed in that direction, pardon me. So now, although we are immediately next to, let me go back. Although we're immediately next to that 20-story area and bringing the bridge down from the 20-story area, that is not the request. We're not trying to bring them together. In fact, trying to do as little as possible to move this area to bridge the gap, so to step it down to 8 against the neighbors, which are still at 5. We understand the plan is also to create a roundabout on this site. And for a more detailed view, these are some plans that were shared with us. So you can see there's, for multiple reasons, there's not much left of the site. And so another reason for this request is to be able to salvage what little is left here and to not only get those residents over the bridge, but to use what we have. And there is a third reason for it. Let's see, we'll go back here. I want to zoom out to show why this parcel is so important to that closed loop that is the neighborhood today. Development of this parcel will immediately create the badly needed connection between Waketown Drive and Barrett Drive and start to open up this neighborhood, start to knit this neighborhood back into its surroundings to ease traffic and to make it a more connected neighborhood. So this parcel is sort of the starting place to be able to densify the rest of the neighborhood and to be able to bring mixed uses and services to the residents there. As I think I mentioned, that the applicant did not want to request 8 stories, but is being pushed there. And in fact, limiting the building to 5 stories would reduce costs greatly. And when it became clear that was not going to be possible with the bridge, they've really just done the minimum that they can to get over that bridge. So although this request is a response to the multiple large infrastructure projects planned for this site, we do understand that public benefits are still important. We're still asking to increase that height above the Midtown Plan requirement. In this case, we can't imagine a better role for this site in particular than to serve as this transportation connection between 2 and eventually 3 neighborhoods to really start to bring them together and to serve that role. Let me go back. So for some background, the typical development is required to provide some right-of-way improvements. Usually that involves upgrading your frontage along your property, a half-street section, whatever runs along your site. In this case, development would provide for a lot more, including, and you can see here what this involves, dedication of all of the right-of-way for both the Waketown Drive connection and the multimodal bridge. It would include construction of the full street section of the Waketown Drive connection. So not just one half of it, but building out that full street section, and that includes that roundabout that you see there. One thing that's harder to see here, but is shown, is there's a required bridge across the creek in order to make that connection to Barrett Drive. That bridge by itself will cost about $1.5 million. So we feel that these are all collectively major public benefits that this site can bring to the neighborhood as a whole. And also in excess of the needs that are caused by this development in particular. So this is a fairly modest residential building, certainly not triggering the need for all of these major transportation improvements, but would certainly provide them. So any significant improvement in the neighborhood as a whole depends on this new connection. The 8 stories are simply necessary, both to permit usable residential space on the site, as well as to support the level of public benefits to be provided on this site. So both are important and they go together. So consistent with the Planning Commission's recommendation, the minimal request being made, and the public benefits outlined, we believe this request is reasonable and in the public interest, and we request your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Jones?
Thank you. I want to talk about both of the bridges. So street connection to the bridge.
Sure.
Can you tell me what would be city responsibility and what would be developer responsibility?
Sure. I would defer to transportation on that, but we believe we would commit to certainly providing that Waketown connection, the roundabout, the Waketown Bridge getting over to Barrett Drive, as well as all the dedication of right-of-way.
Okay, so the multimodal bridge, that would be us, and then the lower portion, would be all you guys.
Correct.
Okay. Another question that I had is looking at this piece of property, which is right now a beautiful tree canopy for the area, with all the development that's going there. How much of the tree canopy are we losing? Like all of it?
I think even if only the transportation infrastructure were completed, it would be a large amount. We're not asking for any change to the tree conservation requirement, so we'd have to meet that standard.
What is the tree conservation requirement for this?
It would be 10%.
10% of what is left, right? Yeah, because you can't control whatever we do and take down. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions of the applicant?
Well, just following up, you said you wanted to defer to transportation staff, so can we get transportation staff to confirm that, please?
Jason Myers in Transportation. Excuse me. Yes, I can confirm that the bridge is a public project responsibility, whether it was state or DOT, probably the city, and that the street connection that they can make on Waketown Drive would be their responsibility.
And just to follow up, and that is currently not funded at all, right?
Not for construction, absolutely. My understanding was the budget that was just presented to you included some money for some more design of this, but that is very much in the weeds, and I don't know for certain that those weeds made it into the final cut. So that is a question we'd have to come back to you on for some specifics, but we had been thinking we were going to be able to fund a small amount of additional design, getting us closer to permitting and, right-of-way acquisition for that project to get us closer to delivery, but not developing a full-on baked project for construction. That is a further on programming exercise.
Right, so we don't have any ETA of even when that could even begin, how many years we would be waiting for that.
Yeah, I hesitate to try to predict the future.
Understood, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we'll hear from those who've signed up in opposition. That is Larry Helfon and Cynthia Curran.
Mayor. Cynthia emailed saying she was unable to make it, but she sent her written comments and I forwarded them to the clerk.
Thank you.
I'd love to know what her comments were. We've talked often, and I know she has several good points. Let me make a couple corrections before I even start. I know you're all tired, and I appreciate your patience, but don't rush through this one. Couple points that were just made in reference to the 20 stories for the Midtown Water Park. I should also remind you that that particular project is slated for affordable housing in the future. It is city-owned property being managed by other people, but part of the Midtown plan is supposed to be for affordable housing. And that's going to tie right back into the same project here. So let me give you what I prepared, and then we can go a little further. Here we go again. A speculative developer requesting a rezoning that is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and the Midtown area plan. Couple that with specific acreage in question, one would expect a lot of justification and detail in a proposal to build in a very difficult topography that contains Big Branch Creek and has historically flooded properties downstream. In a normal world, this property would be city-owned since it contains the proposed landing of the multimodal bridge, will contain a greenway connection, and a city road plan that specifically builds around the creek and the wetlands. One would expect that the same environmental management as we'll see in the future with the development of Midtown Water Park involving the same Big Branch Creek, but unfortunately, the property will be in the hands of development. And have you know also, you didn't hear any details about what will be built, where it will be built, and how it impacts the community that already exists. You already know the property. It was discussed at a previous council meeting when you discussed the multimodal bridge, which you approved. And my understanding of that, because we keep asking about funding for it, in the public presentation, the assumption was it will receive federal funding, state funding, and some city funding. And that is, I guess, to be worked out in the future. So don't continue to say it's unfunded. It will be funded as far as I know. Same with the Art Museum Bridge. That was funded in a similar manner. Okay, so what you have before you today, quite frankly, we don't know. Nothing has been signed. Nothing is within the application. You have provisions that were come up with as far as housing by the city staff. There is no inclusion of residential in the application. You will note the details are not contained, and there's no detail about what will be built, quantifying office, retail, or residential space. Staff analysis did a great job. However, the applicant, when we asked, took the attitude that we didn't have to know. They didn't have to divulge any details at this point. Not a good planning process at all. Two statements from the developer summed it up very nicely, and they were mentioned earlier by Molly. When asked if there would be any consideration for affordable housing, the developer said, we're not even sure we'll have a residential component. That set the tone for the neighborhood meeting. When asked if the building, why a max of 8 stories, as said earlier, had to be higher than the bridge. Let me remind you, this area is zoned in the Midtown Plan and the city plan for 5 stories or less. The only thing around it are 2-story businesses and 3-story townhomes. This building at 8 stories will tower above anything around it. Are these responses sufficient to rezone a property in a very delicate wetland that is prone to flooding from the Big Branch Creek? Not sure. Notice that the green space is also a naturally occurring buffer between small 1- and 2-story businesses on Barrett Drive and the 2- and 3-story residences along Waketown Drive to the south. Not only does this green space filter and absorb stormwater, but also provides a significant naturally occurring noise barrier for the upcoming road improvements that are going to come in the future. Now, with that stage set, let's look at what's inconsistent. As outlined in Table LU2 1.2 Future Land Use Map, the requested district is taller than recommended as mentioned by the attorney. It's even taller than the recommendation in the core transit context of only up to 7 stories. Portion of site closer to lower scale residential should be 5 to 4 stories high. They're asking for 8. 8. I wouldn't mind so much if they would amend the application to 7, where you could have 7 stories OX, be closer to the impact on the future land use map, because if you approve this, this whole area changes to 12-story OX, far greater than was intended by the Midtown Area Plan and the City Plan. Land use and transitions. No mention of transitioning down to the neighborhood that's going to be right next to the building. Rezoning requests should be consistent with area guidance. Midtown height. Again, Midtown height recommendations built into the plan are for stories far less than what's being asked for today. At the least, I come back again, if they had just stuck with 7 stories, there would have been far less impact on the area, both for now and for the future of the area. Once you go to 12, that whole area, the future land use map will be amended for 12 stories for anybody else that comes in automatically. The comprehensive plan contains the Midtown Area Plan. It's not like we're making these things up. Finally, let's touch on the last part that the Planning Commission couldn't touch. They can't mention it, but I'll mention it here. Part of the Midtown Area Plan, 7 stories or more, 7 stories, even at the upper range of 7 stories, should include affordable housing. What better area can you have for affordable housing than something that is situated close to Waketown Drive, close to Wake Forest Road, close to Six Forks? If you ever wanted to create a scenario to help a community, let's at least discuss affordable housing. Now, I know from a legal standpoint, You can't force a developer to do affordable housing, but you can discuss it. You can discuss conditions to go along with this rezoning, and you have that opportunity. And let me remind you, if you look to the other side of the Beltline, where there are 20-story buildings proposed and approved, it includes affordable housing. That was part of the neighborhood concern at the time. So, in closing, and I'm going to reserve the rest of my time to come up later after you hear back from the developer and the attorney, all I can say is think carefully about this one. There's nothing in writing. You haven't seen a thing from the applicant other than the fact you're going to put up a building. There are no conditions contained with this. There is no public benefit contained within this. Not even a bike share. You're going to put in a multimodal bridge. Not even a bike share proposal. So judge it for its merits, and I would like to see it discussed further with more conditions built within it. I'd like to see it adhere to the height recommendations, and I'd like to see public benefit. So be it.
Any additional questions? Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah, I wonder if we have anyone from staff who could talk about the flooding concerns downstream, anything that you're aware of?
So we do have some flooding concerns downstream. This site they're far enough downstream that this site is less than 5% of the drainage area to those concerns. So that's why there's not an automatic UDO condition put on it for increased stormwater control. This is going to be a very tough site as far as like the floodplain goes with all the road networks. There's probably going to be a pretty much remapping of Big Branch Creek going on here to lay out that roadway, but this site, due to its size, does not automatically trigger the UDO requirement for increased stormwater control.
Okay. And I guess from the applicant, has there been any consideration for increased stormwater control measures, GSI, anything like that?
Right, so there are two responses to that. One is that we're not permitted to increase runoff in the post-development condition, and in this case, you saw the aerial. This is a wooded site today. That's a very high bar. That's the standard that we have to meet, as though it's forested, which is what we have today. So that's one piece. As far as runoff, I have another slide.
And just on that, that's up to the 10-year storm event, correct?
Correct, that's right.
Okay. And I have seen other conditions out there that would get us to the 25 or the 100-year in other cases. That might be something to consider.
Okay, and the other piece of
Making sure, did you catch that? There's
sorry.
the 25 and the 100-year storm also to consider. I know the 10-year is, our rule, but just want to put that out there.
Sure, and one of the reasons we feel that in this site would not necessarily be appropriate is if you look on your screen, you see the topography of the site. There's sort of a natural moat here. We will have, certainly stormwater will be kind of down here, and this, the stormwater detention would be down here at the low end. Otherwise, things are flowing into the two creeks on the site, and you see even at that southeast corner, that creek is about 8 feet lower than the property line. So we have some natural containment happening in this area, so this is fairly protected.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions?
I just have some
Councilmember Jones?
I just have some thoughts. One, I've only spoken to this applicant twice, and the first time being towards the beginning of the year. The last time was yesterday. This is an office park, and it looks to add residential and increase density. We have the Midtown area plan as a guideline, but I mean, on the other side, if we'd strictly followed that, we would have condemned small businesses with the placement of the multimodal bridge. In order to avoid that, we moved the bridge onto this vacant lot, which does restrict the potential of the site. I'm not trying to make piece by piece decisions without looking at the bigger picture. I appreciate this morning the clarification on the number of residential units being considered at between 200 and 250. But as we grow this area, I need to have a better handle on what this growth means for the community at large. You know, how are we planning to take care of infrastructure and mitigate traffic concerns as we've seen with stormwater and flood? These are just questions that we haven't addressed yet because I've only met twice. As it currently stands, this plan is inconsistent with both the comprehensive plan and the future land use map. As I look through the meetings, you know, there were 37 people who attended both neighborhood meetings. And I have heard from people who are both for and against this proposal. I am not ready to decide this case today, and will use this time to work with the developer and neighbors to come to a consensus. I would like to motion that we defer this case. I know we have a lot of stuff coming, so I'm thinking maybe our last one, like July 5th, just because we have so much coming up in the beginning of June, plus the budget hearings. So I'd like to take a pause on this so that I can go
Let me
into
just
detail.
ask the applicant, how does that impact anything if we move to July, that first meeting in July?
That works for us.
Okay. Councilmember Melton?
Yeah. I think Ms. Kern may have only emailed me her comments, so I just wanted to flag that she signed up opposed because she would like to see a condition about allowing the bridge on the site. I think I had talked to you about that previously, Ms. Stewart. And I just also wanted to add, happy to support your motion. As far as connectivity in this area, I really like that this is going to connect Waketown to Computer Drive, since there's really not a street grid over there. My doctor's office, one of them is on in this area, and it really is just like this condensed, like not connected space. And, you know, if you look at this map, you've got St. Albans right on the other side of 440 and all the developments happening there with this new bridge coming through and connecting the street grid. I think there's a lot of opportunities here. And so making sure we get it right, I think is important. I don't know if a bike share is feasible here because it's kind of like in a pocket area by itself, but ideally one day would be nice, just throwing that out there, because I can envision this area becoming very walkable with a mix of uses and much more better connected. So I appreciate the attention you've paid to the case, and I'll second your motion.
I just wanted to make another mention. Now that we talk about, you know, you look across the Beltline and you have North Hills, and I think we're at a really great opportunity right now as we're going to see the development of this area. This is one of those first redevelopments in setting the standard of what we want to do and how we want to follow the plans that have already been set and how we can learn to compromise. And I just need more explanation for that. I don't want to start off on the wrong foot, and I feel like that's where we are right now. So, yes, that's the only thing I wanted to say.
Okay, so the motion is to hold open the hearing until, and put this back on the calendar for July 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Is anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z6722, 7910 Skyland Ridge Parkway.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Sarah Shaughnessy, Raleigh Planning and Development. So you have heard this request before. It's a request to rezone about 17.5 acres in Northwest Raleigh in District E for additional height. The public hearing was opened and closed on April 4th, and since that time, the applicant has submitted new, less restrictive conditions, but the Planning Commission, when they did hear it, approved or recommended approval 7-0 on the case. So just as a refresher, here is an overview, an aerial of the site. Again, this is on Skyland Ridge Parkway and Glenwood Avenue. The new conditions, the changes are underlined here. So there's a new limit on total residential dwelling units of 1,000 units. Non-residential uses are capped at 300,000 square feet with office uses and retail uses each limited to 150,000 square feet. Also, a new condition requires the building height to comply with federal aviation regulations and also requires approval from the RDU Airport Authority prior to obtaining a building permit. And then just a few more conditions. The last new one is that there's a condition that requires that 2.75% of all units be affordable at 80% of the area to median income for no less than 10 years. Again, just a look at the proposed versus the existing entitlement. And then, as I said before, Planning Commission did recommend approval 7-0. Happy to take any questions. I know the applicant is also here.
Okay, do we have any questions of staff? Councilmember Patton?
Can you confirm if the 2.75% results in a partial unit, they have to round up? We can let the applicant answer too, if that's easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, any additional questions of staff? Okay, then, let's see, we will, no, wait a minute. This is resuming or opening? We're
is
opening the
opening.
public hearing. So we have no one signed up in opposition. Worth Mills is here on behalf of the applicant. If you'd like to come up.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council, Worth Mills on behalf of the rezoning applicant. So to answer the question posed by Councilmember Patton, the condition has language in there that it will be rounded up to the next whole number. So 27 and a half round up to 28 in this instance. The changes that we've made to this case since City Council last heard this on April 4th can be broken into 3 categories. The first is the reallocation of our maximum development intensities. So we increased our potential dwelling units from 890 to 1,000 while lowering the non-residential component from 400,000 to 300,000 with the corresponding office and retail sales uses capped at 150,000 square feet. We added building height limitations to address concerns that the RDU Airport Authority shared at that April 4th meeting. Both of those conditions are restatements of the federal aviation regulations and the Raleigh height zoning ordinance, or the Raleigh-Durham Airport height zoning ordinance that apply to this property, whether we added them as conditions or not. But the letter on the right-hand side of the screen is from Delia Chi, VP of Planning and Sustainability with RDU Airport Authority, saying that they've worked with us, they've reviewed the conditions, and they are satisfied with the resulting height limitations in place here. The third category relates to affordable housing. In our previous iteration of this rezoning request, we had committed to 5% of all units built after the 400th unit for 80% AMI. That resulted in a maximum of 25 affordable units that would occur at the second phase of development. We have amended that to 2.75% of all units at 80% AMI. With the increase in residential density or residential units from 890 to 1,000, this results in a potential of 28 affordable units, with those units coming earlier in the redevelopment phasing. So the rezoning sets the stage for the long-term revitalization of this commercial-only space into a true, dense, mixed-use project. It is consistent with the future land use map, the urban form map, the comprehensive plan. It's compatible with the RDU and federal height regulations, and it is reasonable and in the public interest. Again, appreciate the time to go back and revise this case, and happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions of the applicant? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing then.
Awesome. I just have some comments. I want to thank the community, first of all, for helping me work through my concerns. You know, as I drive by one-story shopping centers around town, I keep asking myself, why not redevelop these sites? Why not put density in an area already built for it? I know the concern is cost, but at some point we're going to run out of land and be forced to redevelop it. I appreciate projects that embrace what we have and recycle the land for a new purpose. In addition, there was an offer for affordability on the site that will create 28 affordable units at 80% AMI. I hope to grow that number over time in our district as we want to bring more affordability to District E. Again, thank you to the community for sharing your thoughts and concerns on the case, and thank you to the applicant for working with us to create something new. I'm excited to make this motion. Oh, thanks. I appreciate you. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated May 16th, 2023, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Seconded by Councilmember Patton. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was Councilmember Black in opposition. I just want to say very good work on this, Councilmember Jones. I know you put a lot of heart and energy into this, so thank you.
So I'm also going to present on the next item. I'm just waiting for there we go. So this is a request to rezone 4 parcels just north of the convention center. This is, public hearing is open. It was last discussed on April 18th. Since that time, no changes have been made to the case. So an overview of the proposed conditions: prohibits some uses, requires a provision of a bike share station if it's mutually agreed upon by the city and the developer, at least one public art installation, and then a contribution of $100,000 to the Affordable Housing Fund. An aerial view of the site, some additional images, and overall consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission recommends approval 9-0. Happy to answer questions, and I know the applicant is also here to speak.
Okay, do we have any questions of staff? Okay, this was continued from, and the public hearing is still open. Let's see, it's the surface parking lot.
That's correct, yes.
That we discussed last time. I'm going to, there's no questions, you said. Okay, then I'm going to ask if there's somebody signed up in opposition. Mama Kai signed up in opposition. Mac Paul is here. I'm going to give each 2 minutes to speak to this, and we'll see where we are. We'll hear from the applicant first. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mac Paul, here on behalf of the applicant, the acquisition group. And I'm continue to have some conversations with Councilor Harrison, and we do have one adjustment to make to the condition related to the contributions, and we'll need to come back to do that. And obviously here to answer any questions or other thoughts you might have. Thanks.
Okay, so you're asking for this to be deferred?
Yes, I think we only need, I think we have it ready to go, so I think we could be back by June 6th, correct?
So June 6th in the afternoon? Okay. Mama Kai?
I'm just wondering if I come back on June 6th, can I have the full 8 minutes?
No.
All righty. Well, I have to say that I cannot support another huge residential structure being built downtown. I can't keep up with how many have already been rezoned but aren't built yet, but I know that I attended 2 community meetings in the last 2 weeks for properties downtown, and they are seeking 40-story zonings along the same corridor of Dawson McDowell. You can't walk or drive safely now, and I keep hearing walkable communities, but at the rate things are being built, to walk is potentially deadly. Without being able to increase the size of Dawson or McDowell, I see no sense in potentially doubling the size of the structure. So, since I'm a solutions-oriented person, I have a suggestion, Mr. Developer. What we need downtown is more family-friendly edutainment, venues where families can take children from toddlers to teens year-round, somewhere besides marbles, the museums, and parks. If you want to make a positive long-term impact on this city, build an aquarium with office and retail space exclusively for businesses dedicated to providing solutions to the environmental challenges our city is having. It will invite restaurants with more plant-based options. We need more juice bars, non-alcoholic bars. Yes, there is such a thing. And healthy living options. This would bring some needed balance to the city. I can imagine a rooftop community garden where people volunteer to grow their own food, and a year-round greenhouse where the restaurants can grow many of the ingredients for their dishes. If you really want to help the city address its housing issues, perhaps you'd consider investing in the project I'm working on. Hint, hint. On what would eliminate the lack of affordable or low-income housing and create compassionate housing. I'll take that $100K and turn it into 10 structures instead of 2.5. So just something to think about. We can do something different that would actually get people on buses and come downtown for other reasons instead of wanting to leave eventually. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so is there a motion then to defer this to the June 6th afternoon hearing?
Yeah, I'm going to motion for that. I also want to just give a nod to the aquarium idea. That sounds great, but maybe we can work on that in another project. Thanks, Mama Kai.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. And next is rezoning Z9122.
So hello again. This is a new item for you this evening or this afternoon. This is rezoning Z9122, an assemblage of properties on Iliagnis Road. The request is to rezone from R4, R6, R10, and RX3 to RX5 conditional use. Staff finds it consistent with the 2030 comprehensive plan overall, but inconsistent with the urban form map. Planning Commission has recommended approval. So here is an overview of the site. It is south of downtown and to the west of South Wilmington Street. It's immediately adjacent to Peach Road Park and just south of Carolina Pines Avenue, where there is an open space corridor. Raleigh Municipal Lake occupies a large portion of the site, and there's also a stream that comes down through the site and a utility along the bottom half of the site. And the surrounding area is residential with some commercial along South Wilmington Street. Some images of the area and the proposed conditions. So prohibits certain uses, limits residential uses to 350 total units and office uses to 30,000 square feet, retail uses to 40,000 square feet, requires the installation of a bike share station, prohibits development on a portion of the site that is south of the utility line that was shown on the image before and west of the stream. And requires the inclusion of a greenway trail on the project site plan and the dedication of an easement for a greenway to the city. The condition as it's written currently does not specify who will construct the greenway. So looking at the existing entitlement versus the proposed entitlement, again, it would be a slight difference in the maximum residential units provided. Office and retail square feet remain the same. Consistent overall with the comprehensive plan, inconsistent with the urban form map, which because it's in a frequent transit area recommends an urban frontage. Here's a map. Overall, the consistent policies and just the one inconsistent policy about frontage. Planning Commission recommends approval. I'm happy to answer questions. Applicant is here to answer questions as well.
Do we have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I have a question for staff around transportation. I understand, I think on the plans, there's supposed to be a road connectivity, but I've been out there, I think some other council members have been out there, and the conversation is, can that be converted into a greenway instead? And if so, do we need to modify our ordinance to remove the street plan?
Jason Myers in Transportation. So the comprehensive plan has a street in it, basically a connection of Iliagnis kind of roughly through here to make that link whole. That's been a part of the city's street plan or the predecessors of it had different names over time since at least 2003, predating the construction and the planning of Renaissance Park. this zoning case is not directly related to that issue, of course, but if council wanted to change the plan, there could be a comprehensive plan amendment to do something different there. The street was kind of reaffirmed, I think, as an important connection in the Southern Gateway Corridor Plan a few years ago. But council can certainly amend the comprehensive plan after a due process.
Okay.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify that the Greenway easement, my understanding of it is it's not to connect like Renaissance Park to Peach Road Park, but rather it would go on the west side of this water body up to Carolina Pines. At least that's my understanding. I don't know if that's for sure.
I believe that is the intent. The requirement for the conditions is to include the greenway on the site plan, and at the rezoning stage, we have not received a site plan. Well, it's not required. But the applicant could add to that, perhaps.
I just wanted to clarify what's written in what's actually written binding in the condition is a connection from here and a connection up here. There's no language in the condition that specifies the actual route. So
you could go with your side.
Yeah, right. But the intent seems to be the binding portion seems to be those two conditions, as well as a connection to any internal pedestrian circulation on the site.
And ultimately, the road connection between Renaissance Park and Peach Road Park would not come because of this development. That would be a decision we could make later if we wanted to not have that in our comprehensive plan.
I think they will have to stub the road if it's a street plan. So they would have to build the part of the street road plan that's on their property, they would have to build it up to their property line.
Okay.
That is correct. The street is built kind of along the edge of the parking lot of Beach Road Park. It is mapped to the end of the property line, and that is the part of it that they normally must construct and theoretically want to construct for access. And I think that this site, I guess I was about to say that their site actually went to here, but I was mistaken about that. So yes, they must build the part of it that is their site frontage. The connection itself might be off-site.
So the area that would go to Renaissance Park, though, would not be built in this development, because Renaissance Park is further south.
Yeah, the edge of Renaissance Park is right here.
Yeah, that would not get built.
That's getting a little bit into hypotheticals of what a site plan might be, and I'm not reviewing a site plan here. Okay. That may be a question for the applicant about what they would intend to do, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Yeah, maybe if they can answer when they come up, just to speak to both the intent and then also what is really written in the zoning case. I just don't want that road connection to be decided necessarily because of this rezoning case. I think it's something we have to talk about maybe in the transportation committee.
Okay. All right, I'm going to open the hearing. We have people here in support, and then Mama Kaya is also signed up in opposition. So we'll hear from Matt Paul. Oh. Or Letitia. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Letitia Shapiro, Morningstar Law Group, on behalf of the owner applicant David Globicki and George Perkins III. I also have Mac Paul of Morningstar and Jonathan Bassey of Trademark Properties here to assist in answering any questions you may have. This request is an opportunity to reposition an underutilized site to accommodate growth in the Southern Gateway Corridor. It will provide much-needed housing for moderate income based on product type and location, in addition to a multimodal connectivity to an area that is well served by transit. As you heard, this site is made up of several lots with a combination of residential zoning districts. This project has been years in the making, and a lot of hard work has gone into getting all of these property owners of all these several lots together on this. So this is a rare opportunity The purpose of this request is to unify the zoning to RX5 conditional use to allow flexibility in height that would allow for the development of a walk-up 4-story building. The increase in entitlement is not significant, but meaningful in order to optimize the development. The site is located in a frequent transit area that allows for multifamily, and the request of one additional story would allow for a more compact site that is a little higher, but has a smaller footprint. And as you can see from the staff report, this is actually a decrease in residential than what is allowed under the current entitlement, but this cap came from conversation with transportation staff over a potential traffic study and the desire to see this underutilized area revitalized to support a more affordable construction type that includes a nice natural feature that would bring more life to the area. So I have a couple of photos to sort of help walk you through the site, and these photos are of the Raleigh Municipal Lake, and you can see from the photo to the right that there are some issues with dumping into the lake, and no one is really tending to it. So this project is a great opportunity to evaluate and improve this amenity. These are photos of nearby housing, both single family and an older apartment building that is set back from the street. And across the street is Peach Road Park and Cultural Center, and it is our understanding that this is Raleigh's only cultural center, and it offers a rubber safety surface playground, a multi-purpose field and walking path, and as you've heard, as part of the development of the site, a greenway trail is planned that will connect the park to the site and to the property to the north, keeping more eyes on the street and bringing in more users. These last photos show the existing multi-use path and existing crossing into the multi-use path from the street, providing interconnectivity with Renaissance Park to the south of the site. Overall, the request is consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan and would allow for additional housing types and a denser development pattern. So this here is a picture that during neighborhood meetings, neighbors who live in Renaissance Park to the south expressed a desire to keep a buffer area across from them undisturbed. And the applicant has added a condition that no development will occur in the area south of the existing power line right away and the area west of the stream. So that's what this area B is. Here's the power line, here's the stream. So anything here would be undisturbed, and here's Renaissance Park down here. So their view, they would still have the view of the natural environment. And this is a survey that shows the many constraints on the site, some of which include that power line right of way, wetlands that surround the Raleigh Municipal Lake, which occupies 4 acres or 15% of the site, as well as buffer area requirements of the stream that flows into the lake, including the area of no development that we just discussed. And again, during neighborhood meetings, we heard a desire to enhance pedestrian connectivity. Staff had recommended a greenway trail connection to Carolina Pines to the north, and there isn't a greenway planned on the city's greenway plan. However, the applicant has agreed to, in conditions, to dedicate an easement to accommodate a greenway trail that includes 2 points of access, requires city approval, and must be built to city standards. And due to the many constraints on the site, it is difficult to commit to exactly where that greenway alignment can be placed at this time, and it may be advantageous for government to navigate that construction process due to the environmental constraints. We'll have a better idea of what that looks like during site plan. So overall, this is an attractive site for much needed housing based on the location, and a win for Renaissance Park, a win for the city, and a win for transit. And I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
So can you go back a slide? This will want to work. So based upon your map, your property goes all the way up to that road at Renaissance Park. Is that correct?
I don't believe so.
Because I saw, or if you go back one more. Go back one more. Keep going. There.
So Renaissance Park is down here.
Actually, right. So where you have that lower edge, where you have that little island or piece, is that your property?
Yeah, I think it does go to the border of Renaissance. And back, I mean, I think, are you getting to the question about the street?
Right.
And my understanding from lots of conversations, and obviously Jason's here, and is that the responsibility per the site plan and the city standards is only to have to build half of it on the side of the street where the development is. So it's not required as part of the site plan to construct the entire street that would connect through to Renaissance Park. And so that question of connectivity is something that could be resolved either with a street plan amendment or the city, requiring or otherwise completing construction at some other time. That was the understanding I have from those conversations.
Is that the understanding?
Yes, Jason Myers in Transportation. I'll point out that the previous map that I was looking at when I hesitated didn't show the line of the district reaching the edge of Renaissance Park,
Right,
which is
it
what I
didn't.
was expecting, which that map was an error. This one and most of the other ones in the presentation are correct.
Okay.
So the proposed zoning district does go right to the edge of Renaissance Park. That does not necessarily mean the site plan that they may submit would go direct all the way up against the line. And that's a part of the hypothetical of site plan review that's hard for us to get into at this point.
Okay, so based upon site plan, it may not take them all the way up to it, but as far as property ownership, it goes up to the line. So my question is the road construction based on site plan or on our property ownership?
It's based on site plan.
Okay.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just want to say I really appreciate what the applicant is proposing in terms of keeping this protection for Renaissance Park to have that open space. And I'm just trying, I'm sorry, it's been a long day, so my head, I'm trying to focus. But is that very clear in the zoning case as written? The intent I appreciate. I'm just making sure that it's all spelled out to the letter. Is that something maybe transportation can answer? Or, I'm sorry, maybe not transportation.
Is the question about the street plan?
It's about that open
About the
space protection.
buffer.
Is that clarified there?
Yeah, so that is answered in condition number 4, that no development will occur in that area south of the utility and west of the stream.
Thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we have someone speak in opposition. So if we could set Mama Kai.
Y'all, I'm tired, so I know y'all are too. So thank you for bearing with this whole experience. I know most people think I'm crazy because I come up here and I just talk about things that nobody else is talking about, but it's legit. Like the systems thinking, there's a whole organization that's called the Center for Systems Thinking. This is where I got the cards, this is where I got the training. When I went to the pre-conference for Smart Start, it was called Using Mental Models to Create Sustainable Early Childhood Education Systems. And so with systems thinking and mental models, we have a system here in Raleigh that is undergoing a lot of change. And I hear the terms equity and things of that nature, but with systems, you have to start from the mental model. And so if you want a new system, if you want a system that works differently, you actually have to create a new one with based on the new mental model. So I just want to throw that out there because I see that a lot of times I know that I came here to represent the least of these. I'm here to represent those who are unhoused. I'm here to represent parents. I'm here to represent children. I am here to represent even the animals. Because have y'all noticed that there's vultures now in our city? I never noticed them before. I don't know if y'all have, but I don't know if, I'm guessing they're new. And with the introduction of so many more vehicles and just people and more deaths on the road, and it's not just people, it's also animals too. We have new creatures that we're introducing. These, I guess we can be grateful for them to be cleaning up the roads, but they're in the middle of the road when people are driving. I saw one the other day and I was like, what are we doing? Even the animals are going to be homeless pretty soon. We're going to increase that capacity. And so if we're talking about how we're going to create change in our city, I would just encourage each one of you to look at the mental model you're thinking of and who is it really benefiting. If it's really equitable, then it's going to benefit everyone. And I do appreciate some of the things that I heard about this. I'm just new to this process. I've only been coming to meetings since the beginning of the year. I started to get involved in speaking out and making my voice heard because there's so much that I'm realizing I don't know, but I also realize that everybody doesn't know what I know. And so I'm going to come with this. My big thing was I keep hearing about, bus rapid transit down South Sounders and everything. I haven't actually walked this road, and I never would because I don't even know if there's a sidewalk here. Coming around that bend to get down to Peach Road Park, it's a cute little park. My son loves it. People are great there. Except for there was somebody over there twerking, and I had to stop him. So there's a lot of stuff that happens in that area. Seriously. So that's what I'm saying. If you're not in the community, you don't know what's going on. You don't know the trauma. And this young person had decided that they were going to get up on top of a car, and they were doing it to make somebody else uncomfortable. But my son was there, and all these young children were there. And I politely got down and I walked up to them and I asked them to stop. But not everybody's willing to do that. And so I just want to say that when you're coming into this area, there's a lot that's going on. And it would help if we could help the people that are already here to get some resources to our families so that they can understand brain development, nervous system regulation, and trauma. So that as new residents are coming in, they may not be subject to those types of things. Also as far as Carolina Pines, if you put a road in or a connection to Carolina Pines, it's a connector bus. It's not a main bus. It's the 7L that runs on that. And then the direction from even like that park area where they're talking about building across on Peach Road Park, the walk to get to South Saunders, there's no bus stop there. There's a bus stop across the street that'll take you into downtown, but there isn't one that goes up South Saunders, like heading towards Garner. So I don't know what the bus rapid transit looks like, but I feel like it's kind of not accurately represented that there really is no rapid transit in this area. And it's quite a walk to get there, to get down to South Saunders to head. And you go South Saunders and you go up Iliagnis to South Wilmington, then down Pecan, then onto South Saunders again, ... But if y'all aren't taking the bus, you don't know it. And so I don't know what bus rapid transit looks like for the future, but that would be helpful. So this is for the people who are in that community, if we could get them some support so that the people who are moving into this area, if that's what I'm guessing is going to happen, that they're not subject to some of the things that happen in that area that people aren't aware of. And then just for the animals, so that they have a place to go to, because they were here before we were. And it's not fair to develop them out, and they're not invited to the conversations. So that's all I have to say. Thank you guys again for listening. I'm headed to a community meeting. Peace out, y'all.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Any additional questions? Hey, Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just would like to hold this case perhaps till either June 6th or June 20th to talk a little bit more about the Greenway easement and how that looks. I know June 6th is starting to look really intense, so I don't know if we can wait till June 20th or if that's a concern for the applicant.
Yep, we're definitely open to June 6th. Yep.
To June 6th. You prefer? Yep, prefer. June 20th would be easier timing-wise. June 6th afternoon, how many cases do we have?
Well, and not only that, that's a public hearing evening.
Oh, wow.
So what are we looking at June 6th day and night? Huh?
We've brought cases back during the day before on a Tuesday.
Yeah, but
that we had
I'm
an
trying to
evening
find
session.
out how many cases there are during the day, because
Just one that we did.
We might be okay for June 6th afternoon. No? I don't know.
Let's look and see what's on the
We're going
on
to pull up the
agenda.
slide that Bynum used earlier that had the the forthcoming cases for your reference. Just give him a minute.
Thanks, Pat.
That was in the report of Planning Commission slide deck,
Yeah, there's
not in
4
this
cases.
presentation.
There's 4 cases for the 7 p.m.
Yeah, it's in our backup.
No, but I want to know what's on the afternoon, because we just sent one
9.
thing there.
9. No, for the 6th.
I like to see data, so I'm not going to make any decisions until we actually see what's
It's
there.
in the agenda backup.
Yeah, I'm reading it.
Yeah, these are all evening cases.
There's nothing.
I think there was one other today that
And
was
there
scheduled.
was one today that we put there.
Yeah.
There's no other
So that
afternoon cases.
if you added this one, there'd be 2.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Would you like to make a motion?
And I think June 6th afternoon is fine.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Councilor Black opposed. Okay. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Economic Development Innovation Committee. Thank you, everybody, for your patience as we got through that. Councilmember Melton?
No report. We've got 2 items pending. The Economic Development Roundtable with our HBCUs will be this next Tuesday, so a week from today, in council chambers at 1:30. And then the second item we have, I'm sorry, that's not right. Yes, it is. Next Tuesday, the 23rd at 1:30 in council chambers. And then the second item we have is the stormwater management regulations. We'll take that up in June.
Okay, Growth and Natural Resources.
We have a meeting May 23rd to talk about the Omnibus Text Change Program.
What time is that?
I'm not sure. 3 or 4?
Is it 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee, we have nothing, no agenda items pending. Transit,
No pending items, no meeting this month.
okay, same here. All right, next, we have the report from the mayor and city council. I'm going to start with Councilmember Melton.
Thanks. I have something today. I'm going to read it. I'd like to make a formal request for $10,000 to be allocated from our council contingency fund to help jumpstart the fundraising efforts of the City of Raleigh Museum's 50 years of hip hop block party and sneaker ball celebration. This event will be in partnership with local hip hop legends and pioneers to discuss and celebrate the evolution of hip hop music in Raleigh. The fundraising celebration will have a symposium, car show, family-friendly events, and conclude with the sneaker ball. All proceeds from the fundraiser go towards programming at the museum for events like Let Us March On, Raleigh's Journey Towards Civil Rights, and other educational programs that tell the story of Raleigh and its rich history. I look forward to your support for this ask as we look to celebrate our history in Raleigh and activate our downtown spaces. This event is more than just coming down to hear music, but a sense of community, bringing community together. With your support, we would place this item on the consent agenda for June 6th.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that's unanimous. Anything else?
Are you good? Is that all we needed for that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's it then, yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Patton?
No report.
Councilmember Black?
2 things. So earlier today, we talked a lot about the campaign reforms and like election reforms or whatever. During our first work session about it, we mentioned campaign financing reforms, and I wasn't sure if today we were just talking about things that were underneath the purview of City Council. I would love for us to have that like come back to us as some topics of like what we can do when you're bringing back the recommendations around the 4-year terms referendum, the timeline and that. Also bringing back something around campaign financing reform, just so we can like know where the process is around that. And I think that's something that we do have to ask for. So just like understanding the timeline around that and what we can do with the time we have allotted between now and the election. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, so y'all, I know I've been getting your emails about all of the traffic calming stuff that's happening in District A, and just like the process of it not necessarily reaching the people who are owning the homes. And I know Mayor Pro Tem told me that they do reach out to the homeowners instead of just the people who are occupying the house. I've been getting some mixed information around that, so I would love to receive a review of that process in the manager's report just to make sure that that is streamlined and that we are actually reaching people where they need to be reached as we're figuring out traffic calming and just like working with the people who own the houses as well as the people who live on the roads that we are doing the traffic calming on, because I have driven down the roads that people are talking about and I did almost mess up my front wheel drive. So yes, and that's all for me.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So Councilor Harris, Councilor Jones, and I have a number of times visited Inlaw High School for a group of students who are working on a Lemonson MIT investment team project. And they received the grant. They originally had a grant for $7,500 to event something that can deal with any challenges or needs throughout our city, our community. And they actually have submitted, and they will be competing at MIT in the month of June. And in order for them to all attend this event and compete, they are short financially so that all of their participants may attend. And they've reached out to us with a request for $5,000 to come from our contingency to help ensure that all of the students have opportunities to, their advisors as well, to attend and to participate. And I would like to put this on our council agenda for June 6th, and we'll also provide all the needed information to all council members. And that is my request.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Jones. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Unanimous. Councilmember Jones?
Okay, I'm going to go really fast, I promise. First of all, I'm really excited about the Enlow High School thing. They did create a menstrual pad that detects cancer. So I really want us to understand how smart and amazing these students are. They're going to change the world. So I really just wanted to emphasize that first off. Next, I want to say a big thank you for the community conversation at Briar Creek Community Center. It was my 6th community meeting, and we had a great turnout. And then the following night, I'm going to shout out to Magnolia Glen Assisted Living Facility for my 8th community conversation. So in total, we had about 80 residents between the back-to-back meetings, and I'm super excited. I learned a lot from everyone in my district. Really, really grateful for their participation. There were a lot of questions and concerns about traffic in our district from where we were on Creedmoor all the way up to Briar Creek. And since our main thoroughfares are state-owned streets, I would appreciate a time set up to discuss those with the Department of Transportation. We have a difficult bus system in Briar Creek that makes it hard to commute efficiently on Briar Creek Parkway, and I'd like to better understand that so I can explain it better. And then Magnolia Glen would like a traffic light in front of their property as we increase density on Creedmoor. We have a lot of stuff coming, and they're concerned with safety. Another big thank you to Stage Door Dance in Briar Creek. I was able to give my first proclamation this weekend, which was centered around their motto, to be more, and I will take that to heart. Also, thanks for offering to host our June conversation since the Museum of Art was unable to. I look forward to seeing you all next month. And then the last thing is just a question on native species. Do we require that developers plant native species in our UDO? Anyone?
Yes, I can answer that. Pat Young with Planning and Development. There is a allowed or approved species list. It does not require native species, but it does require that invasive species be excluded. So there are native and other non-native but non-invasive species that are allowed, if that makes sense.
Okay. All right. I will get my thoughts together for a more in-depth conversation later. But thank you. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fort?
Yes, I want to report out that we did have our first meeting of the homelessness task force last Thursday. We've got a couple of homework assignments, one of which is to change the name because some of the folks who are impacted find the name of the task force to be somewhat intimidating, so we're going to be working on that part. I think Mr. Raleigh sent out the schedule and members to all the council members, so certainly feel free to pop in And we will be pushing it out more on social media to make sure people can attend. It's a public meeting. It's open to the public. And we're going to be switching spaces to make sure we have adequate space for folks who want to attend and chime in and ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harrison?
Yeah. Just a reminder, third Saturday of the month is this Saturday. We will have our District D Neighborhood Alliance meeting at the Thomas Crowder Woodlands Center at 9:30 a.m.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to say that we kicked off National Police Week this morning at the Capitol, and I was honored to issue a proclamation honoring our police and also thanking the Raleigh Police Foundation for their work. And I just want to say thank you again and recognize them for all that they do. And I will say it was a pretty moving moment when they recognize and remember those who have died in the line of duty. And when you're sitting there and you hear that bell ting after every name called, if you don't have tears in your eyes by the end, it was very emotional, but also very productive and really brought the community together. So I just wanted to mention that. And then the other thing that happened today is U.S. News named Raleigh and Durham the third best place to live in the country. So that is good indeed. So after that, now we go to appointments.
Good afternoon, a long afternoon.
It's good evening.
Good evening now, right, 6:12. Okay, let's just go through this. Arts Commission, 1 regular vacancy. Justin Parr received 7 votes. However, Councilmember Harrison nominated Clodagh Lyons Bastion, so it's up to you all how you would like to proceed. I'm sorry? Okay, so Justin Parr would be appointed. Board of Adjustment, 1 alternate vacancy city appointee. Jeff Bandini received 1 vote, Ryan Torrey 6, so Mr. Torrey would be appointed. That takes care of Board of Adjustment for now. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 alternate vacancy professional category. Katie Crisp received 5 votes, so would be appointed. Human Relations Commission, 1 alternate vacancy. Kristen Havlick received 2 votes, so that will be carried over to the next ballot.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I actually spoke with her. She would like to remove her name, so we
Okay.
can remove that. Thank you.
So vacancy will still come back without Ms. Havlick's name. Parks Board, 1 regular vacancy. Vanita Shaw received 4 votes, and Councilmember Harrison nominated Douglas Johnson, so both of those names will be carried over to the next ballot. Police Advisory Board, 1 alternate vacancy, no nomination, so that'll be carried over until the next ballot. Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Centers Authority, 1 regular vacancy. Pete Byers, 3 votes. Jasmine Kilpatrick, 1. Amanda Wise, 4, so that will be carried over. Raleigh Historic Development Commission, 1 regular vacancy as far as what was announced last time, kind of bundling in a second vacancy based off of RHDC's recommendations. This was on the ballot, and each of those individuals, the appointment of Shannon Johnson and the reappointment of David Serksner, both of them received unanimous votes from the council, so that will take care of that. Raleigh Transit Authority, 2 alternate vacancies. Martha Brock received 1 vote. Terrence Ruth received 7, so would be appointed. Tom Simon, 2. Leo Suarez, 3. Lee Chun Young, 2. So the remaining alternate vacancy with the 4 remaining names will be carried over to the next ballot. Nominations, your reminder about the Board of Adjustment alternate county vacancy. Submit recommendations for county consideration, and they must reside within the ETJ rather than city limits. Appearance Commission, 1 alternate vacancy. A resignation has been received from alternate member Ed Lynch, so that'll be coming back on the next ballot. City of Oaks Foundation, 1 regular vacancy. I won't rehash all this because it was in your agenda packet, but the City of Oaks Foundation has had a vacancy for a while they were looking at amending their bylaws to make our Parks Director an ex officio member without needing to be appointed. That has happened, so now they're looking to fill that vacancy with a recommendation of Jessica Tisdale. And And again, more information about the City of Oaks Foundation in here for your information. They're asking to confirm that appointment.
I move to nominate Jessica Tisdale.
Do we have a second?
Second. Sorry.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay.
Okay, so Ms. Tisdale would be appointed. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, 1 alternate vacancy, community category. We have a community alternate member that has moved outside of the city and is no longer eligible to serve, so that will be coming back. Since she's an alternate, there's nobody to move up. Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board, 3 regular vacancies. Term of Caleb Smith is expiring. He would like to be considered for reappointment. And his attendance is in the agenda.
I move to nominate.
No, you mean,
I mean,
approve.
Approve, I'm sorry.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed?
Okay, so he'd be reappointed. And then additionally, the terms of Drew McGill and Robin Hammond are expiring, and they do not wish to be considered for reappointment. So those remaining 2 vacancies will appear on the next ballot. Human Relations Commission, 1 regular vacancy. We had a resignation received from regular member Johnny Hackett. So past practice is to elevate the longest serving alternate member, which is Roderick Marshall, and there's a little bit of context on the agenda item for you as well.
I think we should hold it, given the comments in the agenda item. Let's just look for.
Can I add to this point, because I nominated him and I know him. He has a new child, and you guys weren't able to contact him until recently. But when I spoke to him, he was like fine with serving. So I would be ready to move him to regular, since now that he's been like formally notified, even though he was.
Well, I would prefer to wait and see if he does show up.
I will say, to your point, just to clarify, it was at no fault of Mr. Hackett that he did not attend meetings, because we simply did not. We didn't have a forum. We tried really hard to get information. We finally did, so he truly didn't know.
That was Mr. Marshall.
Yeah.
Mr. Marshall, I'm sorry. But up to the council on what you want to do, but it wasn't that he just didn't show up. He was not aware.
Right. So I would move him to regular.
Second.
That's fine. If you talk to him, that's fine. Second, or you already did it.
And what did he say?
He said he was like, yeah.
So he's going to be there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, all in favor? I'm opposed. I think we've set a double standard now. So I would like to see what the performance was like before just automatically elevating him.
And to clarify, we now have 2 regular vacancies that we need to nominate for.
So this would create an alternate, yeah, and then
the one that
whatever the one was earlier.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. So that'll come back on the next ballot. Planning Commission, 2 regular vacancies. The terms of Adrian Elder and Brian Dottle are expiring, and neither wish to be considered for reappointment, so that'll be coming back at the next meeting.
I'd like to nominate Victoria Blackwell.
And I would like to nominate Reeves Pillar.
Well, I'd like to nominate L.T. McCrimmon. So.
And I'd like to nominate Erica Sizemore.
Okay, hold on. Victoria Blackwell. I'm sorry. Who's was?
You know what? I'm going to make a suggestion, though. I think what would be helpful if we understood what the Planning Commission needs right now. They're losing probably their top person who knows the UDO, and that's Brian. And that could be a huge loss for them. So I would like to just ask Planning Commission to inform us what skill sets they're looking for. I think that might better inform our decision.
Would you like to still proceed with those nominations while
Yes,
also asking? Okay,
but just
right, and we'll
yeah.
ask the Planning Commission. So I'm sorry, Victoria Blackwell was who? Was that Harrison? Okay. Reeves Peeler was Councilmember Black, and then what was there was 2 more, right?
I had L.T. McCrimmon.
LT.
Mm-hmm.
She wants to serve on the Planning Commission?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
And then Mayor Baldwin, who was yours?
Erica Sizemore.
Okay, so those 4 names will come back for those 2 vacancies, and in the meantime, I'll reach out to planning staff to see what needs might need to be filled. Substance Use Advisory Commission, 1 regular vacancy. We have a term expiring, Elliot Palmer Jr., and he's not eligible for reappointment due to length of service. That's it.
Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
No report.
Same with the city clerk.
Couple sets of minutes for consideration of approval.
Do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second? Here? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay, next, we are entering into closed session. Hope you didn't forget about that. Here's the motion. Motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to consider and give instructions concerning the handling of a potential claim. And GS 143-318-11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual public officer, employee, or prospective public officer, or employee. So moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Everyone in favor? Okay. Unanimous. Thank you. We have just returned from closed session where the council provided direction to staff on the items listed in the closed session motion. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.